Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Police in Nyamache, Kisii County have launched investigations into unrest at Nyabisase Secondary School in Mombasa after students reportedly rejected a newly posted principal. The protest turned violent as learners clashed with teachers before setting one of the school's dormitory on fire in broad daylight. The school has since been closed indefinitely as education officials and security agencies work to restore calm and investigate the incident. Kenya Kwanza leaders have stepped up campaigns in Western Kenya to rally support for President William Ruto's re-election bid. Led by Bungoma Governor Kenneth Lusaka, the leaders urged residents to remain united behind the government's development agenda. During the tour, they also presented 25 million Kenya shillings in infrastructure support from President William Ruto for various schools in the constituency.
Ile ahadi mheshimiwa Ruto amesema anatimiza kupitia kwa mheshimiwa huyu. Na sisi mkituona, mimi si kwa nimekosa kazi ya kufanya. Niko na kazi, lakini sisi ndio jeshi ya mheshimiwa Ruto kusema kwamba apewe 2 terms kwa sababu miaka 3 peke yake tumeona kazi ile amefanya.
Mimi niko hapa kuombea mheshimiwa William Samoei Ruto 2 term yake. Mko tayari? Hebu nione 2 term ya Ruto, 2 term ya Ruto. Hapa mko sawa kabisa.
Jambo ambalo tunataka kusitisha kwamba capitation itoke kwa Ministry of Education ifike kwa shule on time. Ndio walimu wapate kufunza watoto kwa njia ambayo si ya kufukuzwa. Hiyo ndio maneno mimi nimekuja, na mimi nitakuja Shinyalu na nataka nione kwa mkono kama mnataka nikuje Shinyalu. Hebu nione kwa mkono kama mnataka. Wale watu wanasababisha mambo ya ukabila Kenya, tunawaambia ng'oo. Washindwe ama wasishindwe?
Nasema tuendelee kufanya hiyo kazi.
DCP leader Rigathi Gachagua now says that a mix of biblical manipulation, miscalculations by regional leaders with non-former President Uhuru Kenyatta's warning granted President William Ruto influence in Mount Kenya. Former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has dismissed President Ruto's claims that he won the Mount Kenya vote in 2022 on his own, insisting that he held Ruto's hand in the region to guarantee the support.
Akatuambia wewe ni mtu mzuri. Akakuzungusha hapa, akakuachia hapa. Rais akaenda kufanya kazi ya Kenya. Ukakuja hapa ukakoroga, ukaingia makanisani kila siku. Ulikuwa barabara zote unajua, kanisa unajua, ukatukoroga, ukatuconfuse wewe ni mtu mzuri. Lakini vile ulikuwa umetukoroga na Biblia, tukaona kama Uhuru amepotea, tukakaa na wewe. Watu wetu walikuwa na wasiwasi na wewe. Waliona unaweza chaguliwa, ndio, kwa sababu tulikuwa tumesema 10-10. Mimi Rigiji nikakusafisha. I sanitized you. I was your guarantor to the mountain. Mimi ndio nilikuwa nimekupatia guarantee. Uliponiondoa hiyo guarantee nikaondoa. Sasa hakuna mtu wako na wewe. Si ndio?
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Very good morning to you. How are you doing? It is now 5 minutes past 6 o'clock. My name is Mungana Mbuvi and this is the People's Breakfast. You're with City Muga in the studio as well. Hapa tumekuja kuwaambia kile kinachofanyika, kinachotendeka maishani mwetu ambacho ni cha maana tena sana. City Muga, good morning. How are you doing, sir?
I am well. Paul Mbuvi.
Hii kitabu hiyo tununue ingine mpya?
No, ingine mpya iko. But I like it this way so that it looks like it is well used.
Si tunakozanga jibu?
Yes.
Do you like it that way so that?
Kamera kipiga.
Inakaa yenyewe.
Kitabu mazee metembea. But I have another one.
Okay. But you've had this book for a while, for a very long time.
No, there are others that look like it. Yes.
Because I see you referring to notes maybe that you've written some years back.
Absolutely correct. That one is in the other one. Nabebaga mbili.
So kuna hii ya blue. Hii ya blue kazi yake ni gani?
Hii ya blue
yes,
is twofold.
Right.
Any idea that comes to mind hapa. Okay. Na nikiwa nyumbani, this is where I jot my thoughts. And once in a while,
yes,
I jot down proverbs on this one here.
Right.
Like the idea of the proverbs for this week,
yes,
came on Saturday. Kwa nimeketi nasikiza vitu, kuna zingine nilikuwa nasoma. So I decided, don't let me just jot it down. So that's what this book is for.
All right. Now the big one.
No, the big one is where I note the guests who have come, the topics that we're discussing, and any specific things that are said which I think are of note.
Yeah, because I notice sometimes when a guest says something, you will write it in the big one.
Yes, I note. I note it down.
So hii ni a live show. Hii ni a
the thoughts and what have you, whatever nafikiria. Yes. This one live guesty.
Na hapo ndio kuna methali zote pia.
Yes.
No,
methali ni tofauti. It looks like this.
Okay.
The proverbs is a different one.
Yeah, because
but it looks exactly like this.
The first days when you and I interacted, I could see
two of them.
So nilikuwa naona kama zile za DRC Congo, hata ukiongea Kikongolisi ukisema batoto bote banataka moloilide, ulikuwa unazisoma kwa hicho kitabu kikubwa hicho. Kwa hivyo umesema vitabu kubwa ni kadha wa kadha.
There are two.
All right.
The one for proverbs and this one where I take notes. So the guests, I have them on my phone.
Yes.
But mimi bado niko analog.
Okay. No, ni sawa.
My brain works very much better when I write things down.
You and my father same WhatsApp group. My father has also a book where he writes a lot of his stuff. You know, he's an accountant as well, so naonanga hata akiongea na clients wake kwa simu anaandika vitu kwa kitabu chake, na hiyo kitabu huwa naiangalia sielewi. The few times I have taken a peek, I don't understand what is written in that book.
Well, the key thing is not for you to understand, but for the owner of the book to understand what they've written.
True story.
Like, for instance, if I gave somebody this book,
yes,
what they would see with clarity are the guests,
the
topics, and what the guests are about, what their qualifications are, blah blah blah. That they would see. But the other points that I've written here, they are points, yes, but they would have to make sense.
They have to be deciphered.
I have to explain. This thing that I've written means A, B, C, D.
Okay.
So, like the discussion we had with James Mulamba,
yes,
provoked some thoughts in my mind. So when I went home, I started reading into it, and I was looking at two things. One,
yes,
democracy. There is democratic socialism.
Yes.
And there is social democracy.
Okay. All right.
They are two very different things.
Okay.
And when you want to understand why it is and how people came into understanding this very concept, it's actually a very interesting journey.
Okay.
And again, it was a middle of the road. How do you ensure that everybody in that society is taken care of? Okay, that's where the social democracy element comes in. There is an aspect of your governance structure that has to provide for people. Okay. It has to ensure that nobody starves, nobody dies, nobody doesn't have the means to a good livelihood. Okay. Now, but over time, it also morphs into an understanding that for the economy to grow, you need capitalism.
Yes.
So how do you meld the two? So,
right.
yes. So you bring it in and you start allowing capitalism and you actually let it flourish. So how do you convince those who are making a lot of money that the taxation is actually in their benefit? Well, one of the things about trying to have an equitable society is you then create a safeguard.
Okay.
Because there's no vast extremity and there's no vast want or lack of resources, the criminal element that would have been born out of this need is not extinguished, but it's reduced to the point where it's almost insignificant.
All right.
So you offer security.
I get you.
Yes.
I get it. Thanks.
Yes.
Today is Saba. Kuna mtu anauliza kwa mtandao, this is Bruce Lee. Barabara ziko aje? Ziko nywe ama kuna roadblock? Well, Bruce Lee, kuna roadblock and my colleagues have also told me wamepata roadblocks. Okay, mimi nimepata roadblock pale JKI. Ili inakuanga kawaida. You'll find cops there. Me, they stopped me. We had a conversation, then they let me go. As opposed to other times where we would see people, being forced to alight from their vehicles or matatus. This time around, it's not happening. Even ile ya juzi, ile ilikuanga ya Gen Z, watu walikuwa wanashukishwa wanaambiwa rudi nyumbani. Ama watu wako na private vehicles were not being allowed to go beyond the roadblocks. But this time around, I haven't seen that. Matatus, mimi nimepatana na matatu nyingi sana, so ni kumaanisha you can move in and out of the city as of the time I passed there. And my colleagues also telling me they've seen something similar, so let's hope for the best. Why they have put up roadblocks, I honestly don't understand. Leo kuna kitu ilikuwa ifanyike kwani? Najua ni Saba ndio, but kuna kitu ilikuwa ifanyike?
Prevention is better than cure.
Prevention of what? What are we preventing?
So unaniuliza mimi ndio nimeweka roadblock.
Siweni Mkenya. Siweni unatukumbushanga that you don't live on Mars, you also live here.
I do. If Saba was a day that saw demonstrations,
right?
The original Saba, and that was one of the most, should we say, dramatic
days.
Yes, manifestations of the multi-party. There's a picture of Orengo and Shikuku in a Toyota pickup.
Yes.
Okay. With the two-finger salute.
Yes, I've seen that.
You
picture.
See, it is
a very famous one.
Exactly. Now, that tells you, and you see, there'd been an order for them not to go to Kamkunji. They said that. What?
Tutaenda.
We are going. Now you do what you want to do.
Okay.
Yes. So
I remember.
Again,
yes.
No, go ahead.
Nakumbuka Saba ya last year. Raila had said we meet at Kamkunji for an intergenerational conversation.
Yes.
That never happened.
No, it didn't.
Yeye mwenyewe ataka kukuja. I remember he explained the reason as to why.
I think that
it was the issue to do with the roadblocks also.
I think he was unwell.
And then there's that.
I think at that point he was actually unwell. So this whole idea of tear gas,
hapana taka. Lakini unatia gas baba namna gani? How do you tear gas baba? Anyway, that's that. Wamesema ya kwamba hayo mambo yatafanyika hapo. Na City, kuna mtu anauliza kama unaweza tupatia a brief history of Saba since you were alive at the time. You've mentioned Martin Shikuku.
No, there's that picture, that iconic picture.
Yes.
You see, there are a series of events. One of the things that actually started bringing about change that people had not anticipated was people who had been in government.
Right.
And that's where Charles Rubia, that's where Kenneth Matiba come into the story. See, Jaramogi had already been ostracized. And Jaramogi had already shown a very keen interest in forming yet another
political party.
Yes, he had.
Okay.
Yes, he had. Remember, the first time he tried that is when Moi now rushed to court.
Yes.
Or rather rushed to parliament. And we now had a bill was passed, he signed it into law, and we became a one-party state.
Okay,
that was number one.
Yes.
Now, we had a second opportunity now when people were saying, look, hii mambo ya hii one-party state, we need multipartism. So, the tensions were still rife. There were stories of Kenya. Put it this way.
Yes.
there were all sorts of things happening around that same time. But civil society that we know came into force.
Yes.
They were part and parcel of this particular conversation. There were many activities that took place and many understanding, the IPPG, all manner of things happened, inter-religious. The one thing that we saw for the first time in this country, religious organizations, civil society, and politicians
spoke with one voice.
Yes. Now, Saba is famous because on this day they said they're going to go to Kamkunji. Now, you need to understand why Kamkunji was significant. Kamkunji was a place where people went. It wasn't Uhuru Park.
Yeah.
Kamkunji was the place where people went to have rallies and to have wananchi skiza them.
Yes.
The reason being, before independence, literally all the Africans who are politicians
walikuwa naishi Eastlands.
Water.
And Kamukunji was a central place.
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Huku ilikuwa Uzunguni.
Okay.
So we remember the day because they defied. The police had said there is not going to be any rally. Why do you think we call rallying and gathering a Kamukunji? Yes, exactly.
Yes.
And those who were then championing the multi-party slogans and multipartism, they said, over our dead body we will go. Yes. So it is marked. Again, the police, they kept their word.
Right.
Yes.
They did what they had to do.
Yeah, but the determination of the wananchi was overwhelming.
Okay.
It was direct defiance.
Very quickly, millennials wanajuanga mwa Kenya with the art of copying during examinations, whereby
Are you serious?
mwa Kenya in campus, me when I was in campus, mwa Kenya ilikuanga kakaratasi kenye umeandika two notes tudogo that you can refer during your examination. But mwa Kenya obviously came from this era of multipartism. What exactly is mwa Kenya?
In the Moi era, one of the things that they were fighting, on the one hand, they said they were fighting communism. And communism and those who were anti-government were often represented by leaflets, publications that spread around the country, more so in Nairobi,
right,
depicting the government in a negative light. Okay? And they were called Mwakenya.
Those leaflets were called Mwakenya.
Well, the group was referred to as the Mwakenya group.
Okay.
So many people were arrested. Some were put in the torture chambers and what have you because of those publications. In fact, what is interesting, around that same time, the law firm that represented very many of these people, including those who had attempted to enact a coup in 1982, was Wetangula. Wetangula had a law partner called Simiu.
Right.
Jeff Simiu.
Yes.
So Wetangula and Simiu advocates were the people who actually represented very many of these people.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Now, these publications are those who claimed those people didn't publish them. They said it was special branch who were publishing them and looking for people to pin the publications on.
On the Mwakenya.
Yes, and that's when the word seditious became common.
Yes.
That's when we started hearing this is seditious publications and so forth.
So now you understand why, again, I've explained Mwakenya ni uto tuno tunabeba ili uende ukakopi wakati wa examination.
Oh, they were not wrong.
So Mwakenya maybe comes from that whole leaflet or pamphlet era.
Yes.
That's why it's called how it's called. All right. Biwot Boaz amesema good morning movie NCT tuned in. Thank you so much Biwot. Louis Rudasingba amesema good morning. Well, good morning to you. Today is, like I said, 7th of July 2026. And according to the United Nations, today is World Kiswahili Language Day. Yeah, it's a global language for peace, solidarity, and economic diplomacy. That is what they are saying. And maybe a little bit of a background. Swahili has a rich and complex history shaped by various cultures and languages over the centuries. Its origins are debated with two main theories about its development. One theory suggests that Swahili is primarily a Bantu language that emerged along the East African coast between 100 and 500 CE. CE means current era. It evolved as a lingua franca, helping Bantu-speaking communities communicate with traders from Arabia and Asia. Swahili gradually became a vital language for trade, diplomacy, and cultural exchange. Now, the second theory points to the influence of Arabic on the development of Swahili, and the term Swahili is derived from the Arabic word Sawahili, meaning off the coast, not off your 1F, of the coast, which reflects the region's extensive trade and cultural ties with Arab traders over time. Arabic vocabulary, grammar, and writing systems influenced Swahili, particularly in the coastal regions. Did you know Kiswahili became the 7th official language of the UNESCO General Conference, joining Arabic, Chinese, English, French, Russian, and Spanish in November of last year, that is 2025. And Kiswahili is the most widely spoken language in sub-Saharan Africa and serves as a lingua franca in over 14 African countries. Now, the United Nations Department of Global Communication has a Kiswahili UN news operation. There you have it. Kiswahili, siku ya kuzungumza Kiswahili, ama siku ya kukumbuka language ama lugha ya Kiswahili.
Kutazama na kuelewa enzi.
Kiswahili kinazungumzwa katika nchi 14, Kenya na Tanzania zikiwa primary hapo.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Hata batu ba Kongo pia.
Batu ba Kongo banazungumza, Banyarwanda pia banazungumza, Burundi pia bako pale banaongea. Malema said that Kiswahili should actually be taught in every school, in every African school.
I heard him say so. You know, Malema represents change.
Yes, he does.
There are extremities that I associated him with. You know, as one gets older, one probably reviews their life and they take stock of certain things and they figure, you know, perhaps. But this discussion in South Africa about migration,
this
discussion is going to be with us for some time.
It will. And it will.
But what I have found interesting, as I've observed it, is the number of people who are anti-immigration. It's not a street thing. It's not a thing that people who live in the low economic rental areas, people in positions of authority support it.
Watu wanaogopa kitu. Fear of the unknown, in my opinion.
I think fear of being on the wrong side of the public and just being anti. You know, this ethnicity that we have, the thing we refer to as tribalism in this country, I think part of the root of this problem is that very same thing, where you have what we in Kenya call tribalism. But because there are all these people from other nations in your country, you now vent. You don't face the issues, the tribal issues you have among yourselves. Everybody now, the rallying call is the immigrants.
Yes. So ukimalizana na wao mtaanza kudeal na nyinyi.
Of course, that is exactly what's going to happen. Yes.
Tupatie methali. Second methali from nowhere in Africa and everywhere in Africa.
Don't climb a mountain for the world to see you. Climb a mountain for you to see the world.
Don't climb a mountain for the world to see you.
Yes.
Climb the mountain for you to see the world.
Yes.
I think what it means is do it for you. Don't do it for people.
Focus on what's important.
Whatever it is that you decide to do, whatever challenge you decide to conquer.
But remember also, a lot of the things we do, the way we work, function as human beings, it makes sense when it has an approval rating among other people, your peers and what have you. So you do, there are many things we do. For instance, why are people pressured to get married? Several reasons why, and I use the word pressured because your age mates are getting married. You think you're getting older. Your parents are putting you under pressure. See? Now, on that subject of marriage, do you ever sit and think and say, what do I really want? Do I really want to get married, first of all? And if I do, what do I want in a marriage? These are the questions that one perhaps ought to ask.
Okay.
But rarely do we ask those questions. You look at the broader picture of it is good to be married. It is good to have a wife and children, which is true. But what do you want?
Yeah. Consider yourself first.
It's important that you do.
Once you've established what you want, then it is easy to even interact with other people.
Yes.
Because you'll find like-minded people.
You have clarity.
Twende kazi. www.radiogeneration.co.ke is where we are at, and the first story is on my guest from yesterday, Senator Manzo of Makueni County, or rather from Makueni County, says Ruto has lost 50+1 advantage ahead of 2027. Senator alisema hivi, in case you missed that interview. Makueni Senator Daniel Manzo has claimed President William Ruto no longer commands the support needed to secure re-election, arguing that a united opposition would have enough votes to defeat him in the 2027 general election if its leaders agree on a single presidential candidate.
If
Yeah, you know what I asked him is, mko wengi, how will you make a decision without necessarily kugwaruzana?
Or splitting the so-called muungano.
Alafu msitoke hapo mtu akisema imanze sio amenibo. Or the moment we choose City Muga, the rest say hapana. City is not the best. Then they have their own other alternative government. Then after you've made a choice there, also those other ones feel like, you know what guys, we might as well just go it alone. Kwani shida iko wapi?
Yes.
And he said, look, they have a formula. They don't want to put it out right now, but he did mention
there are so many things they don't want to put up right now.
Yeah. No, he said general consensus, and he also said that, for example, not Gachagua, but Justin Muturi. Alisema bwana, kama si Justin Muturi, then Kalonzo it is. So he said it's like huo muungano ni kama wana point towards Kalonzo. But anyway, if you missed that interview, check it out on our YouTube channel, that is at Radio Generation Kenya on YouTube. IEBC moves to cap presidential campaign spending at 4.4 billion. Why?
IEBC inaonekana walikosa kazi.
Why are you capping? Why should we even have it at 4 billion? 4 billion is a lot of money, man. Huyu mwenye na campaign anatoa pesa wapi? Big money election campaigns could soon face tighter control after the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission proposed new spending limits that could cap presidential campaign expenditure at 4.44 billion.
Bro, the Constitution had provided a framework which the MPs bastardized completely.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
It even outlawed Harambes. Okay? The MPs fought and brought this thing back, which tells you there is a certain type of politics that they prefer.
Okay.
It is not rational processes that bring about change.
Yeah.
No. It is change that revolves around an individual and the whims of the individual. Unajua lazima uwe karibu na nini ndio upate maendeleo. What do you mean? Unajua maendeleo inakujaga ukiwa karibu na hai.
Ni kweli?
That politics.
Yeah.
And they do not want to move away from it.
Ruto to launch second Nyota Fund disbursement on Friday. This Friday, the president will start touring wards around the country.
Do you remember we were told by a high-ranking official?
Yes.
Of
the government.
No, not the government.
Of UDA?
No, Jubilee.
Oh, yes, we
yes.
did. Yes.
Who told us? You know this Nyota Fund, bwana, when it was disbursed, ile sherehe ambao waliona Kajiado.
Yeah.
And I said, you know, he has a point.
Yes.
It's a very valid point. Nyota didn't give you the entire 50,000. They gave you 25 first. So let me ask the question. If somebody was given 25,000, na alienda akasherekea vizuri, silisha kitambo?
For sure.
Now, do you think if he's given the other 25, atasherekea tena?
I don't know, it depends.
Tell me what it depends on.
It depends on if he wants to, if he's a sherehe person. First of all, let's start from there. If he's a sherehe person, trust me, he'll get the second 25,000 and he'll still do sherehe. However, there are those who are like, okay, nilichapa sherehe nile pesa ya kwanza. Sasa hii ingine, now let me do business with it. Let me be serious with it. Then there's another person who, for him, like I said, sherehe ni sheria. sheria kumaanisha yani it's very normal for them to do this. The moment they get money, they just get right down to business. To kupiga sherehe. Ni mtu wa sherehe. Basically that's what I'm saying.
Anapenda kula happy.
Kuna mtu ukipatia 1000 saizi because alikuwa broke. They will go do shopping for their family. Buy food to feed the family. Kuna mtu ukipatia the same 1000 who is in a similar situation, watu wake hawajakula kutoka jana, he will take it to the bar. Maybe. There's someone you will give the same 1000 who is in a similar situation, they will take it to a gambling site. Try and multiply that money.
Ndio hiyo.
Instead of feeding the family. Because anaona hii 1000 titame nipatia.
Inaweza kuwa 10.
I can make it 100,000. You know.
Mimi ndio na limit division. It's 100,000.
Things that people do on betting sites PCT are crazy.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Hata mtu anaweza pa 10 bob. Anaonanga hii 10 bob wallahi inaweza lala na milioni moja leo. Yeah, so anyway, long story short, I think it boils down to the kind of person that you are. Kuna mtu by the way, yani hiyo pesa ni ya serikali tuikule. Kesho itajipanga. Na kuna Wakenya wengi I think wako hapo. Kuna Wakenya wengi bwana hiyo pesa ni yetu. Tukule, si kesho itajipanga. Kwanza napigia Mbogi, napigia kina John Temko wapi, au skile nyota ya pili imeingia. Hebu tupatane pale hivyo base. It is what it is. It is what it is. But I hope hii nyota inasaidia. Someone was saying that we need to do an audit, and I think it would be very good for the government to do an audit of the people that it gave the money and ask and just do a survey for the sake of future similar funds such as Nyota. Now waseme tu okay, we disbursed 5 billion last time. This is what has happened, so that wasikwe pia wanatupa pesa. And if it is a good thing, then great. Watu waendelee kupatiwa hizi Nyota funds, ziendelee kuzaa. Hata wakitaka wapatiwe Mwezi fund na Jua fund and every other celestial body out there. All right, so looking at a map of Nairobi County, I can tell you this for sure, is that at the moment, this is at 6:32. Looking at Ngong Road, ninaona ni kama kila kitu iko sawa. Actually, traffic looks normal, despite the fact that we've had or seen roadblocks. For example, kutoka Junction Mall heading all the way to Hills, naona vitu zinasonga tu sawa, barabara iko clean. Jogoo Road, naona kuna kitu pale Shauri Moyo, looks like traffic, people are flowing well. Landis Road is looking good. Lusaka pia inakaa sawa sawa. Langata Road pale Douglas Wakiuri, hapa kuna huwa construction. Also I see traffic, some red spots. That means that you guys are there trying to maneuver through that construction site. Then if I just take Langata Road yote nirudi hadi nyuma hadi Galleria Mall, the road is green. That means that you guys are moving, as opposed to wakati wa Gen Z commemoration, these roads are actually very gray, meaning that you guys are not on the road. So I doubt the police today are stopping people from getting to the CBD. They are allowing people, if this map is anything to go by. Bogani yuko kote mko sawa. Langata Road nimesema iko fiti. Msema ukweli ni pale Thika Super Highway. Sasa msema ukweli ameniambia ya kwamba hapa hakuna magari. You know, this place is usually very tight with traffic. It's usually deep red, crimson red. Today, green. Green means there's the traffic is flowing, as opposed to red, which means people are stuck in traffic.
And what color is there's no traffic?
Gray. When it's gray, that means that there are no roads on there are no vehicles on the road. Sorry.
There are no roads on the vehicle.
There are no roads on the vehicle. So hapa naona utalii inakaa iko tu sawa. Tukirudi nyuma acha tuangalie place nyingine. Hapa kuna roadblock. Sasa najua mali roadblock iko. If I'm not wrong, this is where Allsops. Hapa kuna kitu inaitwa roadblock for sure, because there's a very long red line stretching all the way back to USIU, hapo Safari Park. So this can only mean one thing and one thing alone, that there's a roadblock there, because this is the traffic we expect at Pangani. Haya, wacha nirudi nyuma niangalie Kenyatta University kuna kaje. Kenyatta University iko sawa, kila kitu iko sawa. If you're going back all the way to Riru, things are okay. All right, tuangalie Mombasa County. Mombasa County nasema hivi, Mombasa County huko hata mnajuanga roadblocks kweli? Most of the roads on the island of Mombasa. Most of the roads on the island of Mombasa are grey.
If you are leaving town,
yes,
Buxton, as you turn to Nyali Bridge, up ahead there's usually a roadblock.
During days as today?
No.
Kawaida tu ile roadblock ya kawaida.
Hapo tu.
Lakini mbona mwasimamisha tu kule huko mbana Buxton bwana?
Well, I will just explain to you that there is a roadblock. Yes.
Haya sawa. Barabara za Mombasa naona zikiwa grey. For example, pale Ganjoni yote ni grey. Mbaraki kawaida naonanga kule kukua green, leo ni grey. Mzimle kule naonanga kukua green, leo ni grey. Kuna hii barabara ya Tomboya kawaida inakuanga green, leo ni grey. Watu wanlala kama hamjatokezea, kwani shida iko hapa huko Saba pia muitambua. Mtuambie watu wa Mombasa kwa kuna nini kule. Lakini pale Kengeleni naona traffic ya songa sawa na siku zingine. Pale sehemu za Voice of Kenya kule Mamba Village, barabara yote inaenda World Waters ikakutana kule Nyali huko City Mall Nyali nini naona barabara ni kijani kibichi, kumaanisha ya kwamba watu wapo kule Mombasa na wanasonga vyema. Miritini lakini hiyo barabara ni grey. Kule Magongo hiyo pia ni grey. Kule Bangladesh pia Mikindani nini huko hakuna watu hata kidogo. Lakini mkiona kitu barabarani kitu ambacho kinaleta utatanishi, basi tuambie, sisi tutaweza kuripoti. Asante kabisa. Acha tuingie sasa mahali panaitwa magazetini. We want to do this paper check and I will start with the Standard. Front page, they are saying prison heists. A rogue payroll clerk used stolen credentials to authorize, listen to this, 41 million in bogus transfer allowances for nearly 1,000 prison officers, triggering one of the most brazen payroll breaches in recent years. Warders of every rank including senior commanders, woke up to unexpected deposits before investigators traced the scheme to an insider in the payroll department. 6 months later, the DCI has finally opened a formal probe into a scandal that exposes deep rot in the State Department for Correctional Services. At least huyu hakuchukua pesa akajilipa, huyu alilipa mabesto wake. 41.34 million, that is the amount sent to 964 officers. 2.52 million cash distributed to 7 accounts, and 1.66 million largest fraudulent payment in the scheme. Yani kuna mtu alilipwa 1.66 million. Imagine city, you wake up today, let's say it's payday, you go check your mshahara, then you realize you have an extra 1.66 million. What will you do? Will you go to HR and ask them, hey HR, hapa kuna vitu naona hapa mumeni ama what's not happening?
No, I will go to the bank first and ask them where this money has come from.
Okay, then they confirm to you that it is your employer who has sent that money.
I had an employer who banked with a certain bank.
Right.
And that bank, the story goes, had bought a new system.
Okay.
Like clockwork. It happened for 2 years running. What they would do is they would pay you twice.
Okay.
Now, I don't know why it coincided with the time when gratuity kicked in. So they pay you
twice.
And then they pay you. Like they pay you today, tomorrow again, they pay you.
So mshahara ya kwanza inaingia alafu ya pili inaingia.
Yes, mshahara na gratuity inaingia
leo.
Yes, then kesho same amount inaingia.
Mshahara na gratuity.
Yes, there's a time kwangu the second time that happened iliingia mara 3. Yes, so I went to the employer and said, you paid me 3 times.
So they took their money back.
I know you're waiting for me to tell you the rest of the story. Suspense is useful. I'll tell you tomorrow. I went to HR and said, I actually went to the salaries department and said, guys, this is what you guys have done.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, let me tell you what a normal Kenyan, because clearly you're not normal. A normal Kenyan news story atakanyagia.
I had colleagues who even closed those accounts.
No, me, I won't close. I won't close because next time utatuma wapi.
But I told them, guys, you know this money is going to be recovered.
It's okay.
Sibado nafanya kampuni kazi.
Yeah.
They'll recover it.
The day they decide to recover, I'll quit.
Watakufuata.
It's okay. I'll quit.
No, bro.
Na nitaenda ushago. Unajua mali Kitui naishi?
See, I'll find out. All the stories you told me of Kitui.
Yeah. Utafika huko upate
I will find you.
Utafika huko upate niligeuka nikakuwa mbuzi.
Hata kama ujigeuze uwe nyoka, it doesn't really matter. I'll find you.
Mnauliza mbuvi yako wapi, unasikia tu me. Mbuvi me. Ati nirudishe. Sawa, ndarudisha.
The really fun bit,
yes,
was of course they started recovering the money.
Okay.
I can still remember the miserable look on some people's faces.
The stress.
Haki wazee, walikuwa wanachota 3/4 of that money. So somebody he told me, but did I not tell you?
Pesa itakujiwa.
Yes. They don't tell you pesa ndio wenyewe. So you ask, okay, so what did you do with the money? Somebody bought a car. Said, woi.
Mwingine anasema unajua kuna academic kangu kana kwanga Nakuru. Nilikatumia some of that money.
No. People still think a car constitutes wealth. It doesn't.
It's a liability.
It is. Unless biashara.
Umenunua matatu ama taxi.
No, yes. Anyway, long and the short of I've remembered. There's some miserable. And by the way, it's months. Yes.
Oh. People are paid that money for months.
You are to pay. You are repaying it. And remember,
okay.
Gratuity, depending on what it was, could probably pay you twice your salary.
Okay.
So essentially, with gratuity, mshahara imekuja mara tatu. Mshahara.
Right.
And then imerudi tena mara tatu. Okay? So within the space of 2 days, you receive your salary times 6.
Yes.
Yeah. When they deduct it, you know there's no gratuity. They're deducting ile mshahara kawaida. And when they deduct 3/4 of it.
In case you ever get double payments, guys, and unataka kugeuka ukwe nyoka.
Consult you.
Nitafute ni kuintroduce kwa Motizo anakuanga mnoma kwa hii mambo. Anyway, Saba test is what they're calling it on the Daily Nation. Democracy. Today marks the 36th anniversary of the historic Saba protests that launched the unrelenting push for multi-party democracy, culminating in the toppling of the one-party state and restoration of pluralism. Human rights activists have planned demonstrations to pressure authorities to address human rights violations, including abductions, extrajudicial killings, and growing political intolerance, which they say stifle civic freedoms. But police have outlawed the planned protest, claiming they have not received any notification as per the law. How the parties conduct themselves will be crucial to averting violence witnessed during the, last year's demos. Now, this story is on page 4 and 5. The cops stopped me on my way to work. Kwa roadblock. GSU officers. GSU because they had their red beret, they had their guns and all. So this cop stopped me. Then, he checked inside the car. He found that I had one passenger. Remember I told you I usually travel. Tunakujanga nao jamaa security guard wetu. Kaangalia jamaa, akamwangalia tena kidogo, wamwambia ashuke, lakini akona hii ni kazi mingi. Then he went and checked my, what is this thing called, insurance. Hata nikauliza, let's just say, tuseme tu angepata sina insurance, ama I'm driving with an expired insurance or whatever.
Mwambie ushuke.
Alafu GSU wako na police station wapi city? Angenipeleka police station gani?
No, it doesn't have to take you to a police station.
Angenicha
of your choice. No.
Angeni abduct.
He'll just take the nearest police station. Yes.
Okay.
Nearest.
Yes. Nearest hapo ingekuwa ni Embakasi.
Yes. No.
Yes.
There's like a police post hapo karibu.
Wapi? There's no police post hapo. It's either he takes me to Mlolongo.
Yes.
Or we go to, of which at this particular point, Embakasi is the closest. Huko mali
When Mlolongo doesn't have a police station.
No. You see, once you've crossed Gateway Mall, you are now in Nairobi. So jurisdiction ya hii area ni Embakasi
Airport.
Okay, maybe sasa nipeleke airport. Na hiyo ni kazi mingi.
No. Kwako labda.
Yeah.
Yes.
Alafu nani atabaki hapo kwa roadblock?
Kwani was it one person? Please continue with the discussion.
Acha niangalie hii story nyingine next. No, I was just saying hapo kwa roadblock. Aliangalia insurance kidogo, aniambia license. Sifuna's turning point. A meeting hosted by Trans Nzoia Governor George Natembeya endorsed Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna to vie for the presidency, following which leaders allied to his Linda Mwananchi faction have vowed to fight for the registration of the movement as a political party or explore another outfit should the legal hurdle become insurmountable, signaling a parting of ways with ODM. And according to Governor George Natembeya, our resolution is that Mr. Sifuna will contest the presidency in 2027. Soon we shall announce the party we will use to seek the presidency. Sinidhani George Natembeya anakuanga DAP. Okay. So, and there's a story here. Campaign cash caps push to stop politicians buying seats. The Electoral Commission has revived its push to regulate campaign financing in a bid to limit spending during next year's general election. The Commission has published fresh draft regulations that seek to cap expenditure on presidential campaigns at 4.44 billion and spending by political parties at 17.7 billion ahead of the 2022 polls. Ahead of the 2022 polls, MPs rejected a similar bid by the Commission to level the electoral field by imposing ceilings on spending for elective seats, including governor, member of parliament, and MCA. Hapa wamesema electoral ward level, they expect you to spend not more than 5.6 billion.
You know what I find strange is why we are promoting this culture of excessive spending for elections. What you're promoting...
Are they saying that an MCA is allowed to spend up to 5.6 billion? Ama, what are we saying here? Constituency, 5.2 billion. Oh, this is for the political party. Nimeget. So, let's say ODM can spend a maximum of 5.6 billion as far as what level elections are concerned. Constituency level at 5.2. County level at 2.3, because obviously counties are less. And then presidential at 4.4 billion, bringing the total to 17.7 billion. Mimi nataka kujua hii hesabu walifanya aje.
What it tells me is this. Anybody who gets elected, however they get elected,
yes,
their first order of business was to try and amass as much money as they possibly can as they anticipate the next election.
Could you tell me a political party spends 17.7 billion to get into power?
Yeah, political parties are supposed to be funded by the exchequer.
If they were to spend 17.7 billion, you tell me how they'll recover that. And why are we funding them?
Why are we funding them?
It's okay.
Because they are our political parties. That one, our constitution requires that it is done so.
I know.
Paul, I don't know why.
Pesa imekuwa mingi hivi.
Not imekuwa mingi. Why we are accepting that our politics must be expensive. What we are then saying, we are enshrining, we are enthroning actually this culture of theft that we've seen, this culture of graft.
Yep. Very true.
Where people want to extort you at every turn and everybody wants to make as much money as possible by doing as little as possible. But that's what we are promoting.
That is what we are promoting.
Yes. Somehow I get the impression they think they're doing a good thing. We've posted this thing out and, there's this limit. That amount of money is colossal, man.
It is. People daily say opposition rift deepens over 2027 flag bearer. Has it? Clashing statements by key leaders over timing and method of picking preferred candidate exposes divisions as United Alternative Government struggles to remain together ahead of the general election. Alafu wanasema on page 6, Sifuna's star continues to rise with growing calls for presidential or running mate role. And then on page 8, the curse of one-term governors, why counties remain trapped in poverty and underdevelopment. Over to you, City.
All right. Let me look at the Business Daily.
Right.
Si business ni mzuri.
Business ni vizuri tuisome. Sababu ni biashara.
Biashara kem.
Naam.
All right.
Yeah.
Business Daily, bang in the middle of this particular paper, CMA, excuse me, warns special fund on abnormal returns promises. This one, I think it is good that I read so that we understand what they're talking about. Kwa ufupi, the Capital Markets Authority has warned managers of the fast-growing special funds against unethical marketing, including advertising of high returns, but failing to provide sufficient information and disclosure to clients, which often masks significant risks. Sources told the Business Daily that the market regulator held a closed-door meeting with the special funds managers on July the 2nd.
Yes.
Okay? Yeah.
For example, here there is Mansa X. Mansa X, but it promises some serious returns. I know folks who've invested there.
What are those returns? Ni percentage kama ngapi?
Bwana, kama mnapromisiwa percentages za 23.89%.
Hapana, that's voodoo. Kwani nini wanafanya na hiyo pesa?
So, no, wait, hold on. I was reading the wrong thing. Select special funds annual returns. Okay, so annual returns here, for example, for Mansa X is 23.something%. And then there is a faida at 20.25%. Kuna Dry Associates at 12.94%. Na kuna Madison Wealth at 11.55%.
That 11 is the more realistic one.
Realistic, yes, it is. Because they're usually given between 8 to 10. Right. But annual returns, man, at 20. Now you can imagine if you see this kind of data, you tell me if you won't run to Mansa X.
I will not run. Because I have seen too many of these schemes. Siendi. I'd rather buy a plot.
Okay.
It makes more sense.
I know folks who've done Mansa X.
Yeah. Why don't they just go into Bitcoins again and then lose money also? Yeah. Chief. Havana.
Okay.
Court revives dead firm to allow KRA to collect 464 million in taxes. You know, we live in a very interesting country.
Yes.
Okay? Have you heard of that one? KRA now are in the business of resurrecting the dead. The High Court has ordered the revival of a company that died 6 years ago to allow the Kenya Revenue Authority to pursue tax dues. Okay? The court directed the Registrar of Companies to restore the registration of Bristol Estate Limited.
We read this story sometime last month.
Yes, we did. Yes. We did. Clearing the way for KRA, now this is me, it's not in here, to swoop in and claim their 480 million shillings tax.
Yes.
All right. That is what we are being told is happening.
Where?
All right. But there's a story here which I like. SGR line extension to Nairobi CBD to ease commuters' pain. This one definitely will ease the pain. The standard gauge railway line is set to extend into the Nairobi Central Business District, closing a crucial last mile gap that left thousands of commuters disadvantaged by a 20-kilometer travel to and from the current passenger terminal in Syokimau. Yes. Okay, but why did they allow that in the first place?
So instead of stopping at Syokimau itakuwa inaenda straight.
Kama watu wanataka kushuka Syokimau,
kuna wenye watashukia Syokimau. Wa town waende town. Okay.
Sio mzuri.
Hiyo ni mzuri.
Hata mimi nafikiri ni nzuri.
Convenience ni kitu cha muhimu sana.
Yes. Kenya Railway.
So ipeleke tu hadi Ruiru.
Yes. No, it's heading there.
Okay.
Wacha hivyo. Itaenda hata Kajiado.
Sawa.
Hiyo. Iko. The Kenya Railway Corporation is hiring a contractor to develop the 15-kilometer line. Okay? Ndio hiyo. Sasa hiyo nishawambia hiyo mjua kwamba mmefikiriwa kama commuter and this should make for some good business. Okay? When MPs rewrite court judgment lessons from the Finance Act 2026. All right? There is an old saying that hard cases make bad law. In Kenya, an equally compelling observation is emerging sometimes. Parliament makes new laws because the courts got the old laws exactly right. That is precisely what happened with the Finance Act 2026. After years of litigation over the VAT treatment of labor outsourcing, the High Court has finally delivered what appeared to be a definitive answer. Outsourcing companies were required to account for VAT on the full value of their invoices, including payroll costs, not merely on their management fees.
Okay.
Right. Wacha niangalie gazeti ingine ambayo inaitwa nini?
Star.
Bas, wewe unajua hizi vitu.
But najuanga hizi vitu.
Wewe unajua. You are knowledgeable. Cops mount checkpoints across Nairobi. Bang in the middle of the paper. Police move in parts to measure and maintain law and order. Sawa. Hiyo nimesikia. Explainer. How Saba protests differ from the past. Okay? Really? Movement organizers. July 7th became the most symbolic date of Kenya's political history, marking a journey that has transformed Saba from a struggle for multi-party democracy into a broader movement championing accountability, economic justice, and human rights. Yes, and as we've progressed, it's also included cost of living.
Right.
It has also included extrajudicial killing. All right? And as the song went, and the beat goes on. All right?
Okay.
While the first Saba protest of 1990 sought to dismantle one-party rule under President Moi, this year's demonstrations are being organized by a new generation of activists pursuing a different set of demands in a vastly different political environment. Okay? Although the annual commemoration continues to revolve around citizens' rights to protest and demand reforms, the faces leading the protests, the issues driving it, the methods of mobilization, and even the state's response have all evolved over the past 36 years.
Okay.
1990. Of interest, you should make note. In 1991,
Right.
after the Saba protest, Section 2A was repealed.
Yes, I remember that.
So here, it was not for nothing. But in 1990, 20 people were shot dead. 20 people died. 1,000 were injured plus. Yes, diversity of injuries, nini.
Yeah.
1,000
people ni wengi.
Yeah, and that is part of the reason why modern day protests also raise alarms over police brutality. Yes, because it's the brutality that saw those people dead. Remember, these people are not armed.
Wait, how many died again? 20.
20.
That is 1990.
Around 1,000 were injured.
Okay.
So Saba came with a cost. When you hear the Section 2A was repealed, and when you hear that multipartyism came back into being, there was a cost to it. There was a very serious cost to it.
That's why we shouldn't take the freedoms and liberties that we have for granted.
No. But the flame of freedom has to be reignited every so often. It must be refreshed. Because if you do not refresh it, you will retrogress.
How?
Yes, it's that is mandatory.
No.
And one of the things that the police service needs to understand, and I'm sure they do, the freedoms that we speak about applies to them as well. Yes. They have a right, by virtue of being citizens of this country, not by virtue of their job, to have decent accommodation. They have a right to have excellent health care. They have a right to be paid
a good salary
that is commensurate with the responsibility that they have. Those are their rights. So these rights that are being fought for by citizens include them. It doesn't exclude them.
Maybe one day, one time, when Kenyans decide to go to the streets again, they should say agenda number 1, polisi walipwe vizuri, then hizo zingine zikuja hapo chini.
Ndio hiyo. Sasa tuone kama watarusha tear gas.
So as we say finance bill, reject finance bill, as we say God knows what else we usually say. Ya kwanza ikue askari alipwe vizuri.
Yes.
Na we even state the amount. Least paid policeman 100,000.
Yes.
Kurutu mwenye ameingia tu saizi.
Yes.
100k.
Yes. Lakini minimum requirement ukitaka kujoin is A.
Yes. They will shoot you. But yes, I actually think that ndio sasa ile anakurushia tear gas. Unamwambia afande bana, hauoni kitu bana, ni yako hii.
Bro.
Hii ni yako.
Bro. Yes.
This thing is for you, bro.
So
why are you fighting me? So as I say, reject finance bill. Hapo juu is pay afande 100k.
Yes, ndio. Yeah.
At the very least.
Ndio.
Wengine wajipange after that. All right. Let's get into the not traffic, into the news, but before we do that, Taifa Leo nasema Sifuna guu moja nje ya ODM. This is on Taifa Leo. Wanasema Sifuna aliyevuliwa wadhifa wa ukatibu mkuu wa ODM hivi majuzi ameshauriwa na wanasiasa wa magharibi atafute urais katika uchaguzi mkuu ujao. Chama cha ODM chini ya Oburu kimeapa kumuunga mkono Ruto kwa urais katika uchaguzi ujao, naye Sifuna anapinga. Hii kwa katika ukurasa wa pili wa Taifa Leo. Msiende mbali kwa sababu mazungumzo yanayokuja hapo mbeleni yatakuwa sana kina tukizungumzia siasa.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Nairobi Police Commander Issa Mohamud assures the public that security remains stable ahead of today's planned Saba protest. He is urging residents to continue with their normal activities while warning that anyone who breaks the law will face legal action.
We must also remember that we are one nation, that whether we are in uniform or in civilian, we are one nation and we share a common responsibility to protect Kenya. It is the responsibility of all of us. Let us reject division. Let us reject the violence. Let us, all of us, uphold the rule of law. I want to assure all Kenyans that the security situation in Nairobi remains under control and is stable.
Meanwhile, organizers of the protest say the protest will go on as scheduled, despite police saying they have not received any notification for picketing. They say they presented the notification last week on Thursday.
Kenyans from all walks of life will commemorate Saba Day, a historical milestone in the struggle of democracy, constitutionalism, and accountable governance.
We want tomorrow to take a petition to Parliament, not just because of police brutality and extrajudicial killing, but we want to take this cause further so that we can have a nation that everyone can enjoy living in.
We did present that notification last Thursday, so they have it. So any officer who will be operating outside the law will be held accountable.
The government has assured universal health coverage or UHC workers that plans to move them from the national government payroll to county government payrolls remain on track. Health Cabinet Secretary Aidan Duale says the transition to permanent and pensionable terms of service will be smooth. The move follows the government's decision to absorb UHC workers into the public service from July 1st, 2026, in line with guidance from the Public Service Commission and other government agencies. Tuk-tuk operators in Mombasa have given the county government a 7-day ultimatum to withdraw new instant fines and lift the suspension of the registration of new tuk-tuks. The operators say the measures were introduced without consultation and have threatened to paralyze transport services if the directive are not revoked. Mombasa Governor Abdul Swamad Sharif Nasir has defended the crackdown, saying some tuk-tuks have been linked to criminal activities in the county.
Watu wanapigwa picha kiolela barabarani, ukitaka kulipa parking yako unaambiwa kuna penalty ya 5,000 shillings ambao it is unacceptable. Tutafanya maandamano na tutakuletea tuktuk zote hapa kwa county office. Tufunge biashara kabisa, you stand still.
Shida ya Mombasa County ni kuwajibika kwa county government kukaa na stakeholders na kustructure afresh vile tuna regulate sekta yetu.
county government haijakuja wazi kuhusika na viongozi halisi.
We need to be able to abide. Kwa sababu, how do you know that a certain vehicle has been used to commit crime in a certain area?
More than 1,000 people have been arrested in a global operation targeting human trafficking across 59 countries. The operation, coordinated by Interpol, focused on trafficking for sexual exploitation, forced labor, criminal activities, and forced begging. Authorities say they dismantled a network in Cambodia that forced victims into online scams, as well as another network in Europe that recruited underage girls through social media for sexual exploitation. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Good morning and welcome back. This is Radio Generation. My name is Mungala Movie. I'm with CT Muga in the studio. This is the People's Breakfast. Salamu zimfikie John Mutua, amesema niko hapa. Nduta also saying good morning. I have been turned back at Githurai, blocked from going to town. Stay updated. Okay, so they've started turning people back. Anyone else who can share that information? We also have Mukasa Meshak. Mukasa anasema good morning Movie and City. You too can change this country. Please do not give media platform to corrupt governors and MPs. Always check the audited reports. If we cannot arrest them, we can at least shame them. Aya Mukasa, nimekusikia. Nixon Owor anasema good morning. Give a shout out to my wife Jackie and son Randall on do happy birthdays today. Allah, Nixon, you're a lucky man. Happy birthday to the two. Danson Kenya, good morning City and Movie. Anamekwambia City, but parties in leadership always suffer from superiority complex. To an extent, they treat other parties with a lot of contempt. Okay. Alando, good morning City and Movie. The original Saba was actually on the 7th of July in 1920 when Marcus Garvey rallied the mother of all black protests in the US and other parts of the world. All right. John Ngugi anasema very young men have started blocking the road from Njoro town. Ala? Aya, sawa. I'm assuming those young men are not the GSU, eh?
No, it's not the GSU. It's just entrepreneurs.
All right. In studio, we have the Deputy Party Leader of Jubilee Party, and the topic is the future of political parties ahead of 2027. Honorable Jeremiah Kioni Mhesh, good morning. Welcome back to Radio Generation.
Good morning, Bwana Bufi and
uko sawa,
eh? Tuko sawa, tunashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu.
Yes.
And being early is useful because I was able to pass through many points before the police officers.
Yes.
Seems to be the ones telling us not to move.
Did you find any roadblocks
yes,
you were okay? But hawaja kusumbua ama wanakutambua?
Lakini si hata mambo ya kusumbuliwa ama kutabulika.
Yes.
Maybe they have the intelligence because they are the ones on the road, not any young person or any Kenyan as yet.
Yes.
They are the ones on the road. I hope they don't trigger the demonstrations by being overcautious. I would rather they kept an eye.
Yes.
Instead of stopping us from moving. I mean, like Thika Road, the road I've used this morning, was packed with vehicles until they were blocked up at a point and then completely slowed down to zero. And when you get to that point of being slowed down, kuna mawe lakini hakuna vijana, lakini askari ndio wako pale. Na hawaondoi mawe yote, ni kama wanataka watu wasikuje town.
Okay.
So I saw Actually, let me put it that way. The police officers did not want the many vehicles that were on Thika Road to access town. So they slowed everybody down. They have slowed everybody down. And now you can hear people are being turned
back
out at Githurai and the rest. So I do not know. I'm sure we'll be told later in the day what kind of intelligence did they have that made them, initiate the demonstrations or the protests.
Yes.
Yeah, because they are the ones facilitating now. To me, they are the ones. When I go to town, I've seen them. Now ndio wamefanya ni kubuchi. Hala, kwani kubana namna gani?
Ulikuwa umesahau leo ni Saba.
Saba siwezi nikasahau, lakini I wouldn't have thought that a letter from some young people would want to know what we were fighting for that 6 years ago.
Right.
Would just make everybody get so scared in the country.
But Muhesh, in all honesty, is there real danger? Hii tuache na mambo ya siasa. Is there real danger?
I didn't see any, and I don't see any danger. And unless they have intelligence, who are these organizing so much that they would? I think there are times that the state is also happy when we become apprehensive. Yeah, and I think today is one such day.
Now Kenyans are going to have another forced holiday.
Yeah, it's and wale ambao those in the system seem to be in need of the holidays more than the Kenyans who are out to go and work. I am telling you, Thika Road was busy as ever. It's now that people will now stop moving, and I'm sure also that also excites the young people, who have not been provided with any source of employment. So they'll also engage the police in learning, but it's a game for them. And when they see like there are also people who are ready to run on the other side, ni kama ukienda uwaje kucheza mpira na uko peke yako. The game becomes more interesting when you have an opposing team.
True.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
The more the merrier.
Yeah, it doesn't matter whether they are in uniform or not. Now I see like that's what the police officers have done. They have offered another team on the other side of this football pitch. Sasa hii mchezo wataicheza mpaka jioni. Ama mpaka right time. I don't like that approach, the one I've seen. And it is an approach that has now been taken by this government.
Right.
You only need to take a letter to one police station and the whole country is shut down. That kind of Murkomen will have to tell us what is that strategy.
Yes.
Sijui ametoa wapi hiyo rasima. That must be a new one from Elgeyo Marakwet. Yeah. And I know they have a lot of cattle rustling and banditry in Elgeyo Marakwet. If those are the tactics he has imported into the streets of Nairobi, hapo kidogo naona kama haigiani.
If we were to go back to 2024, when we saw some serious maandamano where unfortunately Kenyans also lost their lives, there was talk of someone wanted to topple the government through these Gen Z protests. And perhaps that is the reason why we are seeing these blockades becoming more and more every time there's a rumor of maandamano.
Of course, all the time we must always remain
vigilant.
One, thankful to those who sacrificed and died for this cause from the 1990 all the way to 2024, 2025, and where we are even this year. We saw some people died 2 days ago in Kisii for just the reason of being part of a political process. Being vigilant is okay, but we should get used to the Kenyans protesting. That's why it is provided for in our constitution.
Yes.
And the system should not be out to stop protests, actually facilitate. The constitution provides for that. Once the police officers have been notified, kazi yao sio kutokea na rungu, ni kuwasaidia wale ambao wangetaka kusema jambo fulani. Waliseme, for example, if they had a petition that they want to take to the police or commissioner or whatever, parliament, whatever, they should be facilitated to do that.
Yes.
Not be stopped. Kwa sababu pia hiyo ni haki yako ya kuwa na maandamano for as long as you are doing it as provided for within the law. But when I see that excessive kind of don't do it, you're inviting for learning battles, mambo. We should remove away from that. And I thought we were doing very well until now. What I've seen today, certainly Kenyans will talk about it a lot.
Yes.
It is the police officers who seem to be keen on violent protests than the people who give letters. If I take a letter tomorrow and say I want to demonstrate because I don't want the way Jubilee is being run, I mean, am I going to see again police officers with helmets and hizo rugu kubwa nimeona nao so na magari gine inakaa kama fisi kwa barabara?
Ukipeleka ya Jubilee utaletwa askari.
Utaletwa nini?
Hiyo watakuacha upeleke.
Utaletwa guns.
Watakungojea mahali. Kusalimia na tear gas.
I don't think it is they should get you they should by now almost 25 26 years after we gave ourselves a new constitution, they should be when I went to when we were doing our new constitution, some of the things that informed us in providing for these protests. I was in Brazil.
Yes.
Brazil, they have even a protest corner within parliament.
Oh, where people,
and the police officers are there.
Yes.
Helping the people who've come to continue protesting.
Okay.
And they are there, hitting drums, screaming, but the police officers are only there to ensure that they don't go beyond
the designated area.
Yeah, but not to stop them from giving letters, protesting against members of parliament within parliament. Kwa hiyo wamekuja na barabara yote Uhuru wameingia bunge and they are protesting there. Yeah, and I thought that is
what I find strange. Remember after the 2024 protests, there was a commemoration of those who had died at Uhuru Park. This is the strange thing. There was even a slight march. The police were there and they were walking alongside these Kenyans. They were even in fact, they were actually like part of the crowd.
Yeah.
And it was one of the most amazing things I saw. People were greeting each other, they were talking. And I looked and I said, but wait, why don't the police do this more often? Yes, exactly.
And that is what was envisaged by the constitution, because Murkomen and the entire team should know that we are not about to forget these things. It's not. We are not going to forget. I mean, the people who are going to be on the street were not born those 36 years ago.
No, they were not.
So, but they are out to remember. So it's something that is going to happen over and over. And again, it's an exercise that police officers must also be taught. How do we handle? You don't stop a country anymore.
Yes.
Because people want to express their respect for the people who sacrificed. To get our new constitution 2010, it started the battle started back in the 80s.
Yes.
We may have been fighting for multi-party democracy. We may have been, but all that was part and parcel of what gave us 2010 constitution.
Okay.
And this is a history that should not be forgotten. We must remember the Martin Hikukus and the others who died, and Makina Matiba, Robia, or many are still alive, but a number of them have also died. We must continue remembering them, and it will now bring together the 2024, 25, 2026. All this is a struggle that continues.
Yes.
And it doesn't look like those in power are realizing, waking up to this. You don't need to stop the country. We actually want to see them protesting so that we can ask wale hawajui ni kuuliza ni nini inaendelea leo. Unaambiwa 1990.
Yes.
The freedom that you are now enjoying today, that I can walk over to Generation Radio and say Jabo to a Martin calling from all the way from Busia.
Yes.
It's a freedom that was not, there is a right that we were entitled to, but it was not available.
Okay.
It was not. Saa hii Chikuku angekuwa ndani. Huyo Chikuku amenipigia simu. Saa hii angekuwa ameshukuriwa special branch. Na mimi kutoka hapa ingekuwa bara. So these are the kind of things we need to allow people to be happy about, but also to know where you come from so that you protect the gains. Because we're talking about multi-party democracy. I mean, where we were 10 years ago, even 5 years ago, it's not where we are with multi-party democracy.
Yes.
We disorganized the functioning of Bunge. And some of the things that are embarrassing is that Parliament is being managed by Wetangula, Mheshimiwa Wetangula.
Yes.
Moses Wetangula.
Right.
He was part of this
struggle
as a young man, 1990.
Yeah.
But he's completely let down those who died fighting for that space. when he was part of disorganizing the majority and minority within parliament, allowing parliament to be run over by the state, because really you don't expect this parliament to say no to anything that the state is saying. He's the one presiding over that dishonor. It's really in dishonor of the people who died and whom he then pretended to have been fighting with. He must have not. It is if he believed in what they were fighting in 1990, we expected a better functioning parliament.
Mheshimiwa, at what point did Moses Wetangula, at what point was he aligned to any of these change movements?
Moses Wetangula was aligned to the movement because he was the lawyer for KANU. So he's part of those who are resisting. And maybe if, even resistance is part of it. Because if they are not resisting,
I have understood you.
If we are not resisting, they have not have been. Even when we were passing the 2010 constitution, there are those who are resisting, led by now the President William Ruto. So he also participated in making of the 2010 constitution from that angle. The thing is that once you lose to the majority, you should allow the rule to continue, but you cannot continue pushing what we lost 36 years ago, because the parliament that Wetangula is presiding over perhaps is the one that Kanu wanted even before we got ourselves the multi-party democracy.
Yes.
The kind of things I've seen these people in power push for are things that they were fighting against or fighting for when they were in the no campaign against the constitution.
Yes.
They didn't support devolution. You can see how they are moving on with it. They didn't support the freedom of expression. You can see the way they are handling the protest.
Yes.
So some of the people in power seems to be practicing what they stood for those many years ago, and it is actually a pity. But it actually tells you it fits to where we are today. And it is again a mistake that you cannot forgive or excuse Kenyans for. If I didn't stand for freedom, for media freedom, na umenipatia nguvu, si nitaigonga
mbaya sana.
Na utaumia. I have no good words for what I had William Ruto tell the Standard Media. I mean, that's not what we were trying to protect, that space. And though it's not in the constitution, it is part of good practice.
Yes.
Media houses are also sustained by contracts from government.
Yes.
If they deny that business, you are actually not helping the democratic space to grow. And that is what this regime is hell-bent on doing. When you see people in the media struggling to be available, to inform, to report, to tell us what is happening, to of course report about the things that are not being done well, it is an oversight arm that is recognized in our constitution. But we also recognize that for it also to function, they should not be shut out of government businesses, just like any other sector, because that's a major source of revenue. So when you deny them that source of revenue, you are actually killing the multi-party democracy that we talked about, because they don't help us come out as people in the outside government to come and talk about what is it we are saying.
Yes.
Na hii kitu hii ugonjwa wa Kenya wapone, because even now I don't know, I may be digressing, but allow me to say this.
Please do.
In the united opposition now, we are suffering from the same kind of maris.
Okay.
Watu ambao tuliwaambia kupigia Ruto kura na hii mambo ya hasara dynasty bottom up side down haitatusaidia, sasa wamekili, wamesema walifanya makosa. Na wako kwa opposition, wamekuja kwa opposition.
Ndio.
So we helped them come out of that government. But where we are going to find the difficulties again, they are the ones who want to tell us where to go.
How so?
Buvi.
Yes.
Umenikuta na sufuria. Nikigonga nikikwambia ni kubaya. Na pahali tunaenda kuna shida zaidi. Jamani tokeni huko kujeni pande hii.
Ndio.
Alafu unakuja unaniambia wewe mwenye sufuria, I will actually even tell you where to go. Again.
Na wewe ndio ulinitoa huko.
Na wewe ndio uliniweka chimo ya choo. Na nimetumia miaka 5 kutoa kwa chimo ya choo. Alafu tena unataka kunirudisha ati uniambie tutaenda choo wapi? Na wewe. Sasa hiyo, those are things, it's not respectful. I mean, I was called a madman. Yes. When I say these things, you call me a mole. Nikitembea pande hii, umetoka huko ndani na umekuja umeniita red wheelbarrow. Alafu umeniambia wewe kaa kando, wacha sasa nikupange nikuambie pahali tutaenda kesho.
Okay.
I will have free to maybe I didn't believe in anything for me to just follow you again. What how do I know that you are not getting me to another deeper
toilet?
Hiyo si kitu ya mchezo, and I think some people are taking others for granted. We are in this struggle.
Yes.
We've been in this struggle. We were doing Limuru 3 with your help. We were even looking for coins here. That time wewe ulikuwa kwa serikali, ulikuwa unaniuliza na hiyo kitu unafanya unapeleka wapi? Where are you taking it? You remember those struggles?
Yes.
We were in the streets with Raila. Now you also told me very, very unkind words. Even to Baba Raila, you know. So those are some of the things, and while we agree that we are all in the opposition and we want a better government, I think it's also good to be respectful to people who also cautioned you against some of the things that we are now suffering from, because it is not that you didn't know, it's that you chose to do them even when you had been told they were not the correct things. So I'm saying this because and I'm not saying this because it's because we now have gotten to that critical point.
Yes.
We had the united opposition,
right,
which was even termed as the alternative government.
Yes.
But you see, you must first of all organize yourself so that you then are able to become an alternative government. But united opposition was useful to mobilize that opposition movement, which now seems to have been ceded to Rida Mwananchi, because they are really the ones exciting the Kenyans.
Right.
And these movements are good because they help us mobilize Kenyans against like now a regime that we have by and large rejected. More than 75%, 80% of Kenyans have rejected.
Yes.
But if you now want to get to form a government different from the one that is in place, that role is played by multi-party, by parties. And that was why we were looking for multi-party democracy.
Right.
So that at least if there is one party in power, there is another one that is doing the oversighting and eventually preparing itself to take over, do better. Yes?
Yes.
And Kenyans will have to assess you and see, yes, we are doing so badly. We need this other team because they are sounding like have better ideas, and they are looking organized that they can manage government.
Okay.
So you can only organize through political parties,
yes,
to take over power.
Very true.
Coalitions in our country, or coalitions, and we have not succeeded through a coalition to take over power. And you can learn from William. What did William do? William organized his movement,
yes,
through a political party called UDA.
Okay.
And then invited the John Kamlate, Kinawetagura, and Musalia to come and join UDA.
Okay.
They call themselves the KK Coalition, but the organizing party was UDA. So we are in a kind of a fix here,
right,
as united opposition, because the person who eventually takes the flag will have to come from an organized political party that has a structure across the country, that can then be the one leading that organization, so that then the united opposition can come to power in an arrangement that they can agree.
Question, Mheshimiwa. The moment
before you ask the question, I must finish and ndio initoke.
Sema kutoke.
When we talk of an organizing party, it is also important that we now start telling Kenyans also ya kwamba ama tukusikiza Wakenya ya kwamba Wakenya wamekubali. Jambo la kwanza ni kupeleka serikali ya William nyumbani.
Okay.
Lakini jambo la pili na sio number 2, it is almost number 1B.
Okay.
Is that tumempeleka nyumbani ili mlete mtu ambaye atatusaidia kufanya maisha yetu iwe bora zaidi.
Ni kweli.
The man we want, or woman we want, is that woman who will actually be able to galvanize the country from all corners, get William home and his entire team, but then also be able to win our confidence that once he is there, education will be better, security will be better, goons will be out of the streets, health will be better, akina mama watasaa mapacha, and they not be stuck in hospital.
Yes.
All those things. And I want to carry this on.
Yes.
A person who also going to pay attention to the mental state of Kenyans' families and Kenyans at large.
Yes.
We have a serious problem. Hii shida yote ya kukosa pesa, malipo ya hospitali, shule, insecurity,
inaleta mental health issues.
It gives, yes, and you can see dysfunctioning family units.
Very
because
true.
of that. We have rehabs that we must work on rehabilitation. We have a sizable number of Kenyans who require to go through rehabs in this country. We have the issues of unemployment. These are some of the issues that when we are talking about a person capable of doing this, we must look at him against the difficulties that we have.
Right.
And say, huyu jamaa akisema amesema, si kucheza dance hapo na kurudi juu ya magari hatutaki. Hiyo lazima iende nyumbani na William.
Mhesh, kuna kitu umesema na nataka to focus kwa hapo kidogo. And it's the issue of political parties, and you have said very well that whoever you shall agree on eventually, it has got to be someone who comes from an organized political parties. Now, if I look at organized political parties within muungano wenu, I'm seeing Wiper and Jubilee. And then, of course, there's PLP. But if we are talking about parties that have even representation in both Senate and Parliament, and also have maybe a few governors here and there, again, we'll still go back to Jubilee and Wiper Party. So are we saying that that is the formula that you're planning to use to decide who's going to be the flag bearer, as opposed to what we are seeing in terms of popularity?
Having fought for the survival of Jubilee Party.
Yes.
And again, including radio generation, I really must thank you because you gave me that opportunity.
Karibu.
Over 3 years. Having fought for that space, I must tell Kenyans why. One of the reasons is because it was clear to me in my mind that then we had ODM.
Okay.
That seems to be not the ODM we knew. In fact, you now have to look for ODM ni gani iko wapi.
Okay.
So, and again, they have also moved to the broad-based. So, I don't know whether they are broader or narrower, having moved there. I think their space was narrowed.
Yes.
And it's being narrowed on a daily basis. It was necessary to ensure that we have a party that can, keep the government in check. In my opinion, I know we had ODM, we have Wiper.
Right.
But the party that was in power is the one that should be capable of, doing a proper oversight of the party that comes in.
Okay.
And no wonder we were the first guys on the shopping board. And that time, including my good friend Rigathi Gachagua was in government, and he was really keen on chopping us off, getting our head chopped.
Right.
Alisubua kweli, hiyo si uongo, ni mambo ya ukweli. Walisubua sana wakiwa kwa serikali. And we know how the payments were being done, how much money had been set aside, over 100 million shillings to ensure that Jubilee is gone. Mimi nimepigana vita.
Ninajua tumekuwa tukifuatilia vita.
Na ni vita nilikuwa napigana na serikali peke yangu because I was left fighting in Jubilee peke yangu.
Okay.
So even as we move to the next phase of ensuring that Jubilee functions, these are some of the things you can never Kenyans are also very keen, by the way.
Very.
how do you deal with your heroes? Yes, even if you don't call me a hero, I can call myself a hero. How do you fight for a party? It's because I believe in multi-party democracy. Okay. But this is what I was saying, that Jubilee, among the other parties, was one of the parties that should have done oversight properly. We didn't do it properly because our members of parliament did not live up to what we expected them to do. We didn't have enough big numbers. We had about 32 members.
Out of 350, that's a good number.
Yeah, but it becomes even better when you combine it with the Wiper and ODM.
For sure.
Because we become the majority.
Right.
So if we had functioned the way we should, where we are today, we will not be struggling to remove UDA. Okay. Lakini we were dismantled because some of us became compromised. But then, the advantage Jubilee has over the others now is that we have presence in every part of this country.
Okay.
Our presence is in every corner. So if it's a question of organizing to deliver a presidency, we have the structure. Number two, I can say here that ukienda sokoni, sahi tukienda pale sokoni kuuza mandizi, wewe umekuja na Muraru, mimi nimekuja na Kampara yangu. I'll stick to my Kampara to sell Kampara. Inaitwa Kampara. Sigine inaitwa Kampara. Na ingine inaitwa Muraru. Yes, I'll stick to my Kampara bananas.
Right.
You have to sell your Muraru.
Okay.
My Kampara bananas is Matiangi.
Yeah.
And I have to sell my banana in the soko.
Ndio.
Ama otherwise itaanza kuonekana kichwa yangu si mzuri.
Na stock itaribika.
So I can say that my presidential candidate to me, and why I pushed him is because he has better credentials.
Okay.
And again, his name is in every part of this country. So if we want to reflect what Kenyans have done in terms of 80% rejecting the government.
Yes.
Ni nani huyu pia anajulikana kwa kila nyumba. I went to a place called Koigo in Kagema. Na vijana ambao walikuja kufanya zile vitu unaita skits. Walikuwa wananiita huyu Frederick Matiangi ndio tunataka. So I now became the Matiangi. So you can actually see the name recognition is there. Okay. Of course we need to do the campaign that is necessary. But we need to do campaign sasa kila mtu.
Yes. But Mesh, I mean, there is no doubt that Dr. Matiangi is a very popular person. He is known. I mean, he was CS for 10 years. Mtu mwenye hamjui maybe alikuwa anaishi another country.
Lakini hapana, hapo nakatana na Buvi. He was a CS among another team of about 20.
Very true.
But if I tell you, hata wewe sahi ukae chini bila kufikiria kuandika majina kwa haraka, utaandika 3 4 alafu utaanza na wewe mwingine who was in ad unaanza kusema na maji ilikuwa nani. You continue.
You're very right.
So he was not just a CS but a CS who performed. Very and true. It is his performance that people remember more than wengine wanashangaa hii mtu ni mtu mfupi namna hii. Wakimuona in real life, kind of thing. So track record Pia
is everything
on top of having been there for 10 years.
Now my question here to you is which criteria will the United Opposition use to ensure that one side doesn't feel disenfranchised? For example, we have got Linda Mwananchi who said that they are, willing to work with you guys, and we have been seeing them work with you. We also have Mheshimiwa Maraga's party that also joined, and they're in this with you. We are seeing them in almost every other function that the United Opposition is holding. How are you going to come to a point whereby whoever is chosen, whether it's Matiangi, Kalonzo hatasikia vibaya ende afanye mambo yake, Maraga hatasikia vibaya ende afanye mambo yake? Ni formula gani yenye hatujui?
Na unajua sasa ndio sasa umeanza kuuliza ile maswali ya uhai. Sababu nyingine ilikuwa ile dance ya kucheza. Unajua kuna dance nyingine nasikia sijui nini watu naona wanaruka. They no longer dance the way you used to dance. It was a very siku hizi unaweza tu kuinua mguu mmoja tu na kupigisha chini tu namna hii na you also dancing.
Ni kweli?
So which is very but you see Buvi, ukweli ya mambo ni kwamba this United Opposition and everything movement, you see, the organizing unit can only be a political party.
Okay.
These are the things we are mobilizing. So there is no agreed formula I'm aware of.
Yes.
Zero. The one that they've been talking about ya kusema watakaa kwa boardroom, that will not work. I said it before, I am saying it again. It won't work. And Justin Muturi did a wonderful thing on Sunday.
Yes.
Because he attempted to talk about what he thinks may have agreed. Because you saw the Star saying that Gachagua has agreed on Kalonzo. And I will tell you here, it's not a secret. That is true.
Yes.
Gachagua, Muturi, Wamarua are in that axis.
Okay.
Matiang'i, Kioni, and others are in this axis. So you have already having two groups. This boardroom formula will not work. Ukienda kwa kanisa, alisema mimi nataka yangu, kama si mimi, nitasema ni nani? Ni Kalonzo. No, sio fulani.
Kalonzo.
Alisema ni Kalonzo, which is a good thing. I admire. I have been struggling to get that space, that route, but I'm happy that they are now coming on board. But the church, watu wakasema hapana, Matiang'i. Wengine wakasema dio Kalonzo. That is the way to go. Take this thing to the people. Don't try and do it in the boardroom. Wakenya in their heads, they already have the candidate. They already have the candidate. Watawabia tupeni mtu moja. But if you touch the wrong person, 10 million voters will stay at home. Wacha 1 million 8. 10 million will not come out. Sema, ni kama vile tu ilikuwako. We were saying giving them Laira and
Martha.
Laira, Martha, yes, and then William and Gachagua. Na watu milioni 8 wakasema, wacha nikae nyumbani.
Because none of them is my choice.
Chochote kitokee. This is not a team, I think. None of the team is working for me. If we don't learn from it, 10 million
will disappear.
All
right. So
because we must go to the torture movement. Remember that thing of Urupa. 2002?
Right.
We must allow Kenya themselves to say torture. Na wewe ukiambiwa torture,
ni hivyo.
You don't forget the Kioni who was wearing sufuria.
Akiwa kwa pita.
You know that is a message. That whole team that came to Uhuru Park, they said, hii mzee anatosha. Na mzee had the responsibility of carrying everybody.
Yes.
If you don't carry anybody, or you look like you are becoming cleverer than the other people who are struggling in the trenches, you will be one term next year, September. Utaanza kugongwa hapo because the team that came with Kibaki are actually the people who messed, because when Kibaki was still unwell, they started mistreating
the other partners,
the rider team, and that's how we ended up with oranges and bananas.
Yep.
And we lost time. So it's a similar thing here. If you are picked to lead the government, it is because you are leading that government with all these people who are doing the donkey work.
Okay.
Yes. In any case, you might not even have been available for the trenches yourself.
You know, there's something you've said. There are two things you've said, actually.
And that, by the way, before, that one is also what one is soma as you prepare.
Yes.
As you prepare to, how are you organizing yourself? Are you organizing in an exclusive manner, in a dismissive manner, in a manner that you are looking for a team? This country cannot be managed by one person, but there is a one person who can sit at the head of the table.
Actually,
wabao wa Kenya wanasema huyu akisema amesema. Kibaki said before he even came to State House, free primary education. Hata hakuwa anajua pesa iko wapi. But he said free primary education, and he then got into office to ensure it happens. So somebody with that kind of a drive is the kind of person you need. And that's why I keep talking about Fred.
I had not seen this. But now I do. A political party unifies people. When Kibaki was unwell after the accident, Raila continued to campaign. He continued to campaign. Okay? Now, again, one sees it. It is clear. But the thing that has struck me as we've been speaking is that when we talk about the 1st of July or the 12th of December, what are we remembering? We're remembering when we got our own self-rule, and when we got independence.
Yes.
Significant, isn't it?
Yes.
When people were agitating for multipartism, we call it the second liberation.
Yes.
It is just as significant as 12th December.
Yes.
And 12th December and June the 1st are celebrated throughout the country, and they are celebrated in peace. Now, this momentous document we call the 2010 Constitution,
yes,
was brought about by events like the 1990 yes. That day should be a holiday.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. It was a big mistake not to have a holiday, not to have those days as holidays. So that when we are celebrating the day we gave ourselves as our 2010 Constitution,
yes,
then we will be asking, what is it that we were saying on this aspect?
Yes, so that but it's always a remembrance of what it is we wanted to see, so that you audit whether you've actually gotten closer to the ideal that you are seeking.
Correct. That's, and also to have a lot of respect for people who died, fighting for all that is making us who we are today.
From the 80s, just moving on, you see, we think of 1990, but you know what was significant? 1991. Because that movement culminated in 2A being repealed. Section 2A being repealed.
Yeah.
Now, that was a momentous occasion. Without the repealing of Section 2A,
yes,
or let me just start with the repealing of Section 2A, nobody could have seen the 2010 Constitution.
Zero.
This thing that we are seeing here, nobody, even the cleverest of people, could not have foreseen that this is where it would take us.
It was actually treasonable.
Yes.
For you to start campaigning for those many parties, Kina Koigi were put in detention for agitating. Even later, the 8 years he was in detention was for purposes because
for agitating for this change.
Started agitating for what we are enjoying today. You know, that those many years, and it takes a while for the country to come on board, because you can see Laida had to remain in detention for 8 years.
Yes.
Wakenya wakijiuliza ni nini anapigania huyu mtu,
hako anaelewa
huyu mtu nini anapigania, nafikiri anadharau wa Kikuyu.
Yes.
And I think, you know, that is the way and you are projected in a different, ni kama vile tu tulikuwa napigana hapa, tumeweka sufuria kwa kichwa, watu wanasema huyu ni mgoroki.
Yes.
It takes a while for people to appreciate what is this that you are seeing.
Yes.
And but it also becomes almost you know, it's unforgivable that you don't allow that to remain within the history of the country. And I believe that if I don't know whether Matiang'i will appreciate some of these things, but if you are in power, we've talked about the Gen Z.
Yes, we have.
Demonstration. They did a commendable thing. They brought the young people to also wake Kenyans up as to what is one piece of registration that we must pay attention to every year, the finance bill.
Yes.
That's what they did 2024. Otherwise, for the last 60 years, we were passing it. Nobody bothered. But 2024, everybody now wakes up June, wanatuletea ile kitu ya finance bill.
Hata watoto wa shule wanajua.
Hata watoto wa shule wanajua hapa ndio shida inaweza tokea. And you know, even the government now is very keen to ensure. You could see William Ruto when he was signing, he was even trying to get the clerk to clarify ile mnaweka kidore si ile mnasema huko nje, because he is now cautious. You know, very and he's very cautious and very conscious about what he is doing. So this is I feel bad that the 1990-1991 whole exercise, we only remember it in the manner that we are remembering it today, with police officers coming out to stop us from remembering what happened then.
Yes.
And also what has happened over the time. If we had recognized it as a holiday, we would not be having violent demonstrations.
We would not.
So we are not managing this process. We have not managed it properly.
Yes.
And it is everybody who would have been bound, everybody who is in power, has been in power, who is guilty of this. And even those of us who are in parliament who never even tried to make it a holiday.
You know, in an earlier hour we were saying that we need to get the policemen and women to understand that these things which are being fought for, they're included in it. They're not left out of it.
Even them.
Yeah, no, it includes them.
You know this thing called IPOA?
Yes.
They may be looking at it as a very hostile unit, you know, because it's supposed to oversight the police.
Right.
But it is also a very useful agency that can also be there for them to say we have looked at this issue, you exercised power or authority or the force given the circumstances that you are in. The time it will function to that level, they will also appreciate why it is that it's in the constitution.
Very true. Kuna kitu ulisema pia a few minutes ago, Mahesh, and you know, you were talking about these folks who've come when you're beating the sufuria, then they might be taking you to the toilet. I couldn't help but figure out or think that you were talking about Linda Mwananchi. Are you saying that Linda Mwananchi is untamed, untamable, or what are we trying to say?
No. I'm not talking about anybody. I'm actually talking about a struggle.
Okay.
When you're in a struggle, it's always good to ask those who were in a struggle before.
Okay.
What is this that you thought? Where were you going? Mlitusaidia kutoka padele. Mekuja. You know, when you are prisoners of war, they don't become the generals. They know they take a while before you even make them useful in your unit.
Okay.
Every of the person within the opposition is useful, and every person has a role to play. But it is very important not to come and look like wale ulikuta hawana nini, hawana kitu hawana maana. By the way, there is also another thing that we must continue thinking. Unlike the struggles of those yesteryears, those who were struggling against systems were not on their payroll. Matiba was not on Kanu's payroll. Even the struggle of the multi-party, those who were fighting for multi-party were not on the payroll of Kanu. They were outside that system of Kanu. What is interesting now is that we are trying to remove UDA with the individuals who are actually on UDA's payroll.
But
can you see the anomaly?
Is there
because no, it's okay to be in parliament in a different and right assured as the way. If you don't believe in that system that you want to remove,
resign.
You first of all resign.
Yes.
So that you can fight.
Yes.
Safi. Na
clean hands.
You never come to Equity says kuja na mkono ambaye ni safi. But you cannot come and tell me we are going to remove this guy who gave you OG in the morning.
Yes.
Now you see how you get compromise along the way. And that's why Kenyans also sasigine ukienda kule Orkalao unawaambia maneno mingi alafu wanakuangalia wewe unakula mchara ya UDA. Umekuja kuniambia nisichukue pesa ya UDA.
So what are you saying?
What are you telling me? You know, they may not ask you these questions directly,
but they look at
you and they say na wewe kweli unanituchukulia kifara sana wewe. Unatuona sisi fara sana. Umekuja na hapa saa 8 hata wewe kwanza unapatiwa allowance. Yes? Na UDA. Na umekuja kuniambia nisipigie kura UDA. I mean, ndio Wakenya wanaangalia namna hii then wanasema with all due respect. Remember that guy?
I remember the guy.
With all due respect.
We have not agreed.
Tuheshimiane hapa. Tuheshimiane tu. Wewe endelea vile unaendelea. So you can you understand the difficulties that united opposition
I actually understand
and that's why parties must be the organizing unit,
but
so that you can look at the party ideology and the people behind it. What do they stand for? Are they compromising in any manner? You know, I mean, it's very, very important.
But
let me also throw another spanner.
Please go ahead.
Dugu. You see, again, if you go back to the 90s and the rest, any person who had a court case was a court case against him because of a struggle.
Yes.
I cannot remember a person who had a fraud case who was in the struggle, helping the struggle. Watu walikuwa na hiyo roho safi kujua mimi nafuatwa na huu kufungwa kwa sababu nikataa mambo ya fulani on the struggle. But now we are also in this struggle fighting, and why you are fighting UDA is not because of bad governance.
Yes.
Ni kwa sababu hawa watu nikiponyoka haki ya Mungu nitafungwa. What ngifanya, you see also that's how they did 2022.
It is self-preservation.
We were talking of, this is when we were campaigning ourselves, we kuwa nasema murderers, rapists, fraudsters, wash. These are the people we said nyinyi ndio mnataka kuchukua serikali. So hii kitu they will call me a mole again today.
Yes.
And I'm used to it.
I actually haven't seen any of them.
Oh, today, wonderful. Then we are doing better.
We are actually.
And we but I'm used to it because it is I am not guided by hypocrisy.
Yes.
Which is where we are. I like last Sunday I went to that ACK Koigo Church. Na wanataka tusaidia hawa kwa sababu kuna pahali kanisa ilikuwa imekatika inaanza kusink. They have done very well. So hivyo I will be looking around and see who can help us. By the way, I also realized that the father of the former first lady, Margaret Kenyatta, comes from just a kilometer or two from that church. So I'll be reaching out to the fourth. Nione kama anaweza chagia hiyo kanisa in respect of where alipata baby. They were very happy. Actually, they sent me the greetings to him.
Okay.
They're very happy about that relationship. But when we were in that place called hapo Koigo, yale mambo unasikia na Wakenya kule ni mambo utachanga. The pastor, I like the way she owned up. Said we, including mimi, we didn't listen to you. Sasa tumechomeka, tunasikiza. Unasikia hakusema tunakuja kuambia tena. Alisema tunasikiza.
Tumefungua masikio.
I mean that's the way to manage this process, and we need to do that. So the leadership of Matiang'i, the leadership of Karonzo, even as we head towards agreeing on who becomes the
flag bearer.
You know, we are not looking for a flag bearer. We are looking for a president.
Yes, you are.
Igine ilikuwa kutafuta leader of opposition. Now we are looking for a president.
Okay.
Tofauti kabisa na ile mambo tumekuwa miaka 4 ya kutafuta leader of opposition. Or who is where. Now we are looking for a president. Whoever becomes the president. I campaign for Matiang'i and I will do that every day.
Yes.
Must be clear in mind so that we also don't see him as confused.
Okay.
I don't know whether you get.
I'm
2002 was easy. Even the team that came from Kanu.
Yes.
They came and said, huyu mzee tunaona kama anatosha. Anatosha.
Ndio.
And Kenyans had already for 5 years had struggled and saw him.
Yes.
Anatosha.
All right.
So wezi agekuja waseme Saitoti anatosha, sema hapana. Umetoka Kanu saa hii na unatuambia utatoa Moi. That team that came, came and was respectful of the team they found.
All right.
So they picked Kibaki and Wamarwa. And they were also part of the government. And Kibaki and Wamarwa led us for 10 years. Of course, Wamarwa left us a little earlier. But that torture thing took us for 10 years. But we also with the other team that came.
Okay.
Hiyo ndio nafikiri part of the some basics, the preliminaries that must be there. If I'm here and you may think that I'm not around the SG for Jubilee or I'm not in the principles of United, and I left that for entirely. I was working with Karozo and Wamarwa before, and then you tell me that I have no say in who becomes the president of this republic. Wewe haujui, utajua hujui. We will take the sufuria and tell Kenyans hii hakuna pahali tunaenda. Yes.
Mbaya.
I mean, you come with kuja ukiwa mpole.
So,
you know why, let me tell you.
Yes.
Buffy.
Tell me.
You know, one of the things that I keep remembering, and I wondered whether this united opposition is weak.
Yes.
They came to Daragwa, Nyandarua, where I come from, and denied me a mic.
I remember you explained
that was
to
the
us.
most ridiculous thing.
Ulitupatia hiyo story hapa.
I mean, it was so ridiculous. It is still, and I couldn't, and I never forgave Wamarwa, Karonzo, we were with them in the trenches, those ones. Justin alikuwa natuona. Sasa umekuja jana na wewe ndio umekuwa mjeuri, sisi wengine tulikuwa tunafanya nini?
Sasa Muhesh mtadila,
tunaosha ng'ombe mkia.
Muhesh mtadila na DCP because
no they have helped us.
Yeah.
Mobilize and put us the opposition stronger than it was. Lakini kwenda mbele hiyo ni mzuri, tuheshimiane.
Okay.
Na pia mambo ya matusi, kutukana yule, kutukana huyo, kupiganisha. There is something I like, I keep saying, like now you can see Gachagua is supporting Karonzo, which is okay.
Yes.
Me, I'm supporting Matiang'i. You
Yes.
can actually see two teams this side. And in the mountain, I represent the people who stood with Raila, the Azimio team. And we are 2.something million. So when you say 10 million, remember in the 10 or 7, there is already a 3 million that was never with you.
All right.
And we were out there telling you, Dugu, pali unaenda, nibaya. I represent that.
Okay.
And when a decision is being made, we also want to be part of that decision. Okay. Of course, there are also many others ambao wameokoka na wamekuja kuongezea kwa zile tatu. Yes, and they also are not happy quite because you misled them or you didn't listen.
Yes.
So these are the kind of things that we want
sorted.
Because it's not just blind thing. I wanted William out of office before he even got into office, because I kept saying I have no any inclination that he's going to do anything right.
Yes.
So nilikuwa naona mapema. Si unipe hiyo heshima kidogo, niliona wewe ukidanganywa. Na haukudanganywa wakati haukuwa unajua, you knew because you were also telling you. But in terms of moving together again 2002, you come together because you lead all these people. You are all part of the process.
Yes.
And we want to go to the country to change, not for just those of us who are in Azimio, but everybody else across the country. And we are together in that movement of one term. But again, I say one term, and I like the sloganeering. I am not a sloganeering person.
All right.
Liliji is gifted in that. Unajua, you can come up with a sloganeering on you, kesho.
Na ita trend.
Ni kama vile Raila alisema mambo ingine na bado inasubua sisi mpaka wa leo. You know, you have to make sure that you remain in good books with Raila, asikupatie jina kwa sababu inaweza stick on you.
Yeah.
But I think it is, you see, some of the slogans, we must drop them.
Okay.
I have no problem with calling you cousin.
Yes.
But then when I call you cousin, it's like, what do I do with Titi?
Shemeji.
So we must make sure that you see those things of when we were saying one man, one vote, one shilling. It's one Kenyan, one vote, one shilling. Things that carry all of us together.
Okay. I get you, man.
You know, you have to make sure that your gataro, gataro is what we call what in Kikuyu. Kisugu is your boat.
Yes.
It's enough and has room for all Kenyans.
Okay.
And I want to say this as I leave this topic, and I leave you to say something.
All right.
And for us, those of us in the mountain and still reside there, we must remain respectful of one fact. Outside the mountain, there is almost another equal number of the mountaineers in other regions.
Very true.
So ukiongea kwa wale mko nao hapo kwa Gichagi, kumbuka kuna wengine wengi ambao wanaishi na wale wengine kila pahali ya Kenya hii, and this is one huge community that requires a unifying language.
Okay.
As we campaign everywhere. It might
Yes.
please the people in your village when you talk to them and incite them, excite them, and you become a hero to them. When you are becoming a hero to your villagers, the others whose lives you are endangering.
In Turkana and everywhere else.
Everywhere else.
Mhesh, in conclusion.
Kwani tumefika wapi?
Tunamaliza.
Ala.
In conclusion. Mlima iko pamoja ama mlima iko split?
Mlima iko pamoja is one term. It's more one term than anything else.
Okay.
When what you were asking for the Muru 3 with mother
yes.
has come to pass. Because we were trying to tell them things are bad. And they were saying we also can see them, they are bad, but we are to kibina mna hiyo. We were moving way ahead of them.
Okay.
So I'm happy that they were able to join other Kenyans in saying, yes, we are going the wrong way. So the Mlima is together in one term. Mlima is together in saying, give us a person who is going to help us out of the mess. And I can also tell you, Mlima is together in also knowing that they have that one person in their head.
Okay.
Yes.
Sawa.
Yes.
Mwesh, we wish you all the best. Sababu when you explain vita, inakaa ni vita kali sana.
Na uzuri wa kuniambia you wish me the best, ni wewe unajiwish, kwa sababu hii vita si ya Kioni, ni yako na mimi ni ya Wakenya wote.
Nikisema vita namaanisha of course vita ya United Opposition.
Yes. I need to seek for a favor from you.
Okay.
Ask.
Call me to come and we talk about some of the things that are being done that are very dangerous, like some of the amendments that are being introduced in the finance, in the cooperative bill. When you now go into the cooperative movement and borrow from there as a government to help you in the infrastructure fund something.
But the deputy president clarified and said that that's not the case.
No. He said, let's call him so that to fafanue him.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we'll include whatever the deputy president said,
what
and all
he has
that.
said and what we fear.
Okay.
Because those who have been brought up through the cooperative movement,
yes,
we know how much we suffered when Moi interfered with it in the 80s, akaua kahawa, majani chai, maziwa na kila kitu.
Okay.
So when we hear again the government has an interest in what we have rebuilt over the time, people should be very wary and worried. Kwa sababu watu wanaweza anza tena kutembea hapa na magoti.
Thank you so much, Mahesh. That this has been one of those conversations that we really will think about for the next couple of days. Umesema tukuite, and is it possible we get you next week? Because hii wiki ni kama tumefunga kidogo.
Yes, inaweza kuwa next week.
Sawa.
Yes.
Next week it is.
Thank you.
All right. Folks, don't go too far. The news with Winnie Maganga. Then when we return, of course, a different conversation takes place.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The National Police Service has increased security on major roads in and around Nairobi as Kenyans mark Saba Day. Police have set up dozens of checkpoints to maintain law and order. During the annual commemoration, motorists are advised to expect increased security checks and possible traffic delays. Organizers of the Saba Day protest say the demos will go on as scheduled, despite police saying they have not received any notification for picketing. They say they presented the notification last week on Thursday.
Kenyans from all walks of life will commemorate Saba Day, a historical milestone in the struggle of democracy, constitutionalism, and accountable governance.
We want tomorrow to take a petition to Parliament, not just because of police brutality and extrajudicial killing, but we want to take this cause further so that we can have a nation that everyone can enjoy living in.
We did present that notification last Thursday, so they have it. So any officer who will be operating outside the law will be held accountable.
The National Police Service says the recent robbery in Westlands does not mean police are overwhelmed. Police spokesperson Michael Mushiri says officers are handling the case and investigations are ongoing. He says the public should not lose confidence in the police, adding that officers remain in control of security situation. Mushiri says no suspects have been arrested yet, but investigators have made progress and are continuing to pursue those behind the robbery.
In the last 3 years, the data that we have shows that crime has been going down year on year. So while there's an highlight on that one particular case, probably another one more, the fact of the matter is that police are not overwhelmed, police are up to it, and moving forward with all the intended transformations that we are on, I'm very certain that Kenyans will start realizing that indeed police are not overwhelmed at all.
Nandi Senator Samson Cherargei has accused Kenya's anti-corruption agencies of doing too little to stop corruption. Speaking on Radio Generation on Monday, Cherargei said Parliament has repeatedly raised concerns over misuse of billions of shillings in county governments, but many of the cases have not been investigated or prosecuted. He said weak enforcement has allowed corruption to continue despite recommendations made by Senate oversight committees.
Because counties up to today have 180 billion.
How?
But when you go to control our budget, that money was released because they are paying what you call hewa. So the issue is simple. When you go to Trans Nzoia, Governor George Natembeya is allocating 5 million to buy coffins. So the question we ask him, is it important to buy coffins first or buy drugs first? Or you want people to die? Those are some of the challenges that we are facing at the counties. And the only thing is the public wastage of these resources. Because if EACC were to take serious, I can tell you, like Nigeria in the first generation of governors,
yes,
I can say without fear of contradiction, if EACC was functional today, the 47 governors would be in jail from generation 1 of 2013 to today.
Yes.
A court in eastern China has sentenced a former city official to death after finding him guilty of taking bribes worth more than 2.2 billion yuan, or about $325 million over a period of 30 years. 69-year-old Yang Yolin was also convicted of embezzlement, abuse of power, and money laundering. Chinese state media says he used his government positions to help people win engineering contracts, secure land deals, and obtain financing in exchange for money and other valuables. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Cristiano Ronaldo's World Cup dream is over after Portugal lost 1-0 to Spain in the round of 16. Mikel Merino scored the winning goal in injury time to send Spain into the quarter-finals, ending what is expected to be Ronaldo's final World Cup appearance. The 41-year-old leaves the tournament as one of football's greatest players, having won 5 Ballon d'Or awards, 5 European Champions League titles, and the 2016 European Championship with Portugal. Meanwhile, Belgium beat the United States 4-1 to reach the World Cup quarterfinals, ending the Americans' hopes of winning the tournament on home soil. Charles de Ketelaere scored twice as Belgium dominated the round of 16 match. United States striker Folarin Balogun returned to the starting lineup after FIFA suspended his one-match ban, but he had little impact as Belgium controlled the game. The result means Belgium will face Spain in the last 8 in Los Angeles on Friday. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. It is now 13 minutes past 8 o'clock. How are you doing? My name is Mongala Mbuvi. Niko na City Muge kwenye studio. And this is the People's Breakfast. In this hour, I want to talk about SACCOs, SMEs, and of course, local borrowing. Now, at one point, ilisemekana serikali itakopa pesa ya SACCOs. How they were going to do that really wasn't really explained. Or maybe it was. I don't know. But there has been a conversation. And of course, you've heard Jeremiah Kioni in the previous hour also say that hapo kuna shida na lazima tuongelele. Well, in studio, we have an expert in matters SME. Or at least that is what this title says. Joram Mwinamo. Joram, good morning. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
You're well?
Yes, I'm good.
All right.
And thank you for inviting me as well.
Karibu. How did you maneuver with all the blockades we are hearing of?
First I said yes because I knew the distance between my home and here.
Yeah.
There was not going to be any blockades. So it was quite smooth, but I can see from social media there's traffic all over. Some people are blocked. They want to turn back and go home on certain roads.
Yes.
But where we are is quite peaceful.
Well, all major roads actually. Ngong Road, Thika Road, Wayaki Way, Mombasa Road, you will definitely find blockades there, as it has been. Anyway, let's talk about this thing. First of all, before we do, City has a methali, a proverb that he will share with you. Please let us know what you think about this particular proverb. Give us your interpretation.
Okay.
Ordinarily, we mine proverbs from specific countries on the continent of Africa. But this week I've decided to simply take proverbs from across the continent. I will not say where the proverbs are from because I might be accused of giving certain countries preferential treatment. So I'll just mention the proverb, and if you want to figure out where it's from, but please, by all means, try and figure it out. But I will not tell you where the proverb is from. I'll just tell you that it is an African proverb.
Oh, yes.
Don't climb a mountain for the world to see you. Climb a mountain for you to see the world.
Wow, that is profound. Where do you find these things?
I see. It's an African proverb.
It's an African proverb. Okay.
Yes.
There are mountains all over Africa, so we do not.
Oh, plenty.
Yeah.
And if there are no mountains, there are hills. Yes.
Okay, so don't climb a mountain for the world to see you. Climb a mountain to see the world. I think that just points to the fact that a lot of things we do, we probably do them for the people. And wanting the people to see us. I think the older I'm growing, I'm just realizing nobody really cares about you.
Like
or if they do it for a very short period
like when
of
somebody
time.
asks you how you're doing.
Yeah.
They really don't want to know how you are really doing.
Yeah.
They want you to say you are fine. And then you leave it at that.
Yeah, it's an opening statement. Because if you say I have problems,
from
really
last week,
carry them for you.
No.
Yeah, so I think you should get to the top of the mountain so that it's an experience that you are going through for your own purpose, for your own self-improvement. And if it happens to, impress the rest of the world, that is a plus, not the main intention.
Yes. All right. Let's get down to business and talk about SACCOs.
Okay.
Last I checked, the only way you can get money out of a SACCO is if you're a member, and if you borrow against your shares. Some will give you times 3 the amount, sometimes 4, depending on, of course, the policy. But again, and City just reminded me the other day that SACCOs also have the right to invest the monies from their members, the shares, the savings or whatever. They can buy bonds, for example, from government. That's the only other way government can get money out of SACCOs, right? If indeed it wanted to.
So I've been spending time just looking at this whole proposal around SACCOs. There are documents circulating. Nobody comes out to say this is legitimate, but there's a bill that kind of proposes an intermediary between SACCOs where they come up in groups of 30. And then those SACCOs form like a super SACCO.
Okay.
Which is what is now being proposed. That these groups of super SACCOs will look at the excess money they have. I don't know how that will be determined.
What is excess money?
So SACCOs work in a way that members contribute money every month.
Yes.
And then that money sits in the account, and then now you're able to borrow against
your shares,
your shares and the money that you have been contributing over time. And what the bill proposes is no figures have been stated, but that apparently some SACCOs maybe have excess money that they are not able to lend to their members, either because their members are not borrowing, or it's just seated there. And so this excess money apparently will be pooled from all these groups of SACCOs, and that's what these super SACCOs are the ones that are going to be looking at that excess liquidity,
Right.
wherever it's coming from. And that's what the government is targeting as what would be invested then in something we call the infrastructure fund. And so a lot of problems with both setups, just in terms of transparency.
Yes.
Trust in the system. In fact, as far as late as yesterday night, some media stations came out to clarify. I don't know if they had been put under pressure to come out and make this clarification that they did not actually report that the government is targeting the money of people in SACCOs.
The one that I know,
there's a bill
mm-hmm.
that is, being prepared for the same. So I don't know if we believe the actions or the words that were said yesterday.
But we already have a precedent here, not of SACCOs. We have a precedent with the pension funds. We have a precedent with the NSSF.
Yes, in the pension fund.
Hapana, kuna ile body ambayo ina deal na hizi vitu.
Okay, regulator.
Yes.
Okay.
Wajua hizi pesa, we have very many entities in this country which have money ya wananchi. Banks pia pesa ni ya wananchi. So in fact, you talk about SACCOs, ni pesa ya wananchi. So again, all these people are investors in those institutions.
Very true.
Now, the point I'm making is the precedence of having money that is nestled somewhere, whether it is a government entity like NSSF, we have a precedence where the government has come to some arrangements to ensure that that money is invested in some, should we say, government activity.
Okay.
And the understanding is that when that money is deducted, the bulk of it sits there. That's the thinking. And so they argue that one can then invest. If you take it at face value and all you're saying is that there is this thinking, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it, because essentially you're saying, instead of borrowing from whatever X bank in China or X where, and X bank in Kenya and Y bank in Kenya, you are now going into that particular institution which has money.
Yes.
Remember, these institutions don't have banks. So their money is also in banks. So again, it's a bit of a problem. How will those whose money is in NSSF benefit the same way banks benefit and post these huge profits that they keep telling us about? And then it raises the question, are the profits book profits, or are they actually money that they actually receive?
Okay.
Actually, you've brought up an interesting point, because that's a justification I've been seeing about this whole proposal around SACCOs, which is that if you look around the world, you find there's all these institutions. Canada keeps being mentioned, that you have all these credit unions that are holding all this excess money, and that is what has been used to build the infrastructure in those particular countries. But there's a big problem with that parallel, because these countries have had these institutions for first a long period of time. They are wealthy countries, and then people have been contributing for a long period of time, so they have the excess liquidity. But if you look at SACCOs in Kenya, I am not sure that excess money is there. In fact, there are many SACCOs that are even struggling to just lend to their members enough. And so I'm wondering where this excess money that is being talked about is coming from.
Yes.
But the flip side, and how it connects back to SMEs, is that if you're going to start lending to the government, first you've already starved SMEs of money from banks. Because banks have been putting a lot of their money in government.
Yes.
And that is the reason why they cannot lend businesses to buy equipment, to buy, so you have to put
or to even just grow the business.
And grow the business. And so part of the problem of the proposal is that if it was to go through and that money was to be sucked out of SACCOs and given to these infrastructure, projects, where's the money that maybe SACCOs were the last lifeline, because SMEs cannot easily borrow from banks, and so maybe they go to their SACCO, and this is somewhere where they've been putting in money and they are hoping to be able to borrow from there to grow their business.
Yes.
So what happens when that money now goes to a long-term government infrastructure project? It means that you're actually going to have that money tied there for quite a long time. There may be nobody. There's some complex proposals in there that, a SACCO can always liquidate if they need the money for, their SMEs. But I'm just like, there are just so many problematic proposals. I'm a member of a SACCO. And I know that if my SACCO was to come and put to vote that my SACCO should lend to government infrastructure projects,
they'll say no.
It's an outright no.
Okay.
Like, how am I going to first risk my money going in that direction? Second, deprive myself of any little money I may be able to borrow from there to run my small biashara side hustles and whatever it is. Like, I don't see how this proposal is even going to sail through. We might have short memories. There's something that happened recently called Cusco.
Actually, I was going to ask you, is Cusco one of those super SACCOs you were talking about?
So it is. It's actually a similar. It is a similar structure.
Yeah.
It's just that Cusco was one, and all SACCOs, ascribed to it and invested money in it.
All right.
And even in my SACCO, as we are speaking, there's an audit report that has just come out that some of the investments that were made into Cusco were not approved by members, and even members had kept raising it, and it has caused some heads to roll recently in our SACCO as a result. So if we've just come from that scenario and we are being told that this proposal going forward, they've proposed a governing council, they've proposed a board that is going to be professional, and that is the confidence they're trying to give us that this is going to be professionally run. They're going to, come out with risk reports before they invest in a project. But it's like everything historically that has looked like what is being proposed. We are just dealing with, a regime and also a government setup where there is a very high trust deficit.
Yes.
And so I don't know how this is going to go through. I think by yesterday there was already panic withdrawals from SACCOs.
That's the other thing that I'm afraid of, because we've seen SACCOs go down because of this panic withdrawing.
Yes. And if it all happens at one go,
panic withdrawals will sink.
Any bank, any institution,
any institution,
yes, will be.
Because if everyone just gets their money out suddenly, then what happens?
A run on the bank, on any bank, believe me, none will survive.
Yes. And I think that's why they actually had to come out with that statement by evening, because nowadays, people have access to their accounts through mobile. So you don't have to step in to walk into the bank.
Somebody can actually remove their money without going to the bank.
That's why actually we had some banks go down, because they had that easy access through mobile. And so as of yesterday, when people heard, government is coming for 1 trillion from SACCOs,
people just started withdrawing money.
And that tells you the amount of trust that people would have in a setup like this. I think there's so much trust building that would have to be done before something like this.
Let me ask, is it possible that when we have these kinds of situations, a SACCO can actually block people from withdrawing money until things are explained well, and there's absolutely no chance of panic withdrawals like what we are witnessing, or what might be happening?
So I think it's actually quite tricky, because right now it's your money.
It is
that is seated there. So telling me I can't get access to it only increases
your anxiety levels
around it. In fact, it is what kind of confirms there is a problem. And so I think right now there needs to be a lot of widespread messaging just to tell people first the proposal hasn't gone through. The structure needs to be set up, and there's a lot that needs to happen before that takes off. But I think, as with many other things that we've seen that the government has set up, it's being rushed. Public participation is not, being done to an extent where even the concerns that are in there, there are a lot of people that have raised a lot of questions, even about the infrastructure fund itself. How transparent is it? Are we still going to invest in, 8 billion per kilometer type of infrastructure with that money? Because where will the returns come from if we end up doing like that? So people are judging what is being proposed against what we have seen in the past. And that has been, are we going to invest in a railway where we are not going to see the feasibility study, where we are not going to see the, the return on investment? And then when the investment actually takes off, if it's a railway, is it going to be loss-making for 10, 20 years? And so where will the returns for those
So basically, in my lifetime, I won't see the benefits of where my money was invested.
Yes. Or it might still just go to the same inflated things that we're seeing happening left, right, and center. And so it will be difficult to convince people that the SACCO putting that money in that infrastructure project is going to generate a return.
So, what was said by the government, then let's consider what was said by the DP yesterday. Are we saying that this is a situation of... it's like one thing is, because again, it started with rumors.
Yes.
Then now, DP comes out to say that guys, wait, what, when did I...
When did I say this?
Then, of course, we have the media house that came out to say, okay, guys, we might have made a mistake as far as the reporting is concerned. Are we seeing a situation whereby someone is trying to put out a fire?
I think they put the cart before the horse. Like I said, they should have probably gone through a process where, it is well thought through, it is, sounded out with the different stakeholders, people give input. Because at the end of the day, it is not an unthinkable idea. It happens in other places, where this kind of resources exist. But if you are to look at our local context, I don't know that the same conditions exist in other places where this has been done, where, for example, so the government really needs that 1 trillion. They said they've set up an infrastructure fund. They said they're looking to raise, is it 5 trillion shillings over the next 10 years? That's
5
roughly
trillion for
500
the fund,
billion a year that they need to raise. As of this year, that fund was seed funded by the sale of Kenya Pipeline and Safaricom shares. And so they have about 300 billion seated there. So there's for this year, they would need another 200 billion raised
before December.
That's the idea behind the fund.
That's what they sold us.
That's the idea behind the fund.
Let me ask you. So, you know what? Let's even say they are successful in this endeavor. So next year, where do they get $500 million?
That's where they are now looking at every other possible source that is not international lending, because I think they are starting to realize that there could be pockets of excess money locally. When you look at the pension funds.
Actually, there could be.
Yeah.
There could be. The thinking behind it is not unsound.
If you look at every bond that has been raised at the Nairobi Stock Exchange, they are all oversubscribed by 150 billion. And so I think those are the signals that have been sending that to government that, there's people with excess liquidity here and there. And so if we set up a vehicle and convince people that it's credible, then some of this excess pool of funds
help me understand
would come in. And one of the places maybe that is easy to consolidate as one, as was done with something like Cusco, is SACCOs.
So let's say they do the SACCOs, then they do the pension funds. Then what's next?
There's a lot of Kenyans with money that's maybe lying idle.
Yes.
Like, where is that 150 b per, every bond that is raised by a company coming? Like EABL did it oversubscribed.
And that's why I'm asking, because I'm really trying to understand, and perhaps we can even use what other countries have done before, right? So we do the SACCO thing, tick. Then we do the pension funds, tick. What else what has been done in other countries that, if you know of what they've done, what else can really help them raise this 500 B every other year for the next 10 years?
I think I get your point. Maybe year 1 or 2 we may do it, because I don't know if we have many Safaricoms to sell. But at some point we are probably going to hit a blockade. And on the flip side, it is not like our debt situation as a government is even going to be resolved by this. We still have debt to repay, which is happening year on year. So it's not necessarily that setting up this fund and even raising the money and doing projects, it will just put less pressure on having to raise more money to do additional projects, but it's not actually solving up the current debt situation that we have. So at the end of the day, you're asking yourself, are we really dealing first with the core issues? Because even if we raise this money and say invest in things that do not generate an immediate return, you've just created a problem down the line in the future, where somebody will be scrambling to find those returns from somewhere and pay back the people who had invested in this kind of funds and projects. And so I think at the end of the day, what we are saying is we need a lot more transparency in a lot of these things, like circulate these documents, let people interrogate them. You're saying you're going to have good governance. Who's going to sit on these boards? Is it the same people who sit on the same boards that have approved things that Kenyans have been against and this kind of thing. We have a lot of challenges if we are to speak plainly about where we are. So there's low trust in whoever is trying to do this.
Because I was going to come back to the issue of trust deficit. I think Kenyans would be okay with contributing to all these funds.
Which Kenyans?
These same Kenyans.
No, he's continuing with what he wants to say.
Yes.
I think Kenyans would be very okay if contributing towards these awesome projects. Because they actually sound good. Who doesn't want to have good infrastructure? Nani. Who doesn't want to have roads, railways, airports, and many other kinds of infrastructure going to their villages, going to their homes? I mean, who wants to be stuck in traffic for the next 30 years that they're alive? I am definitely not one of them. So these ideas are awesome and they're good. But now the problem here, and you've mentioned it, is the trust deficit. You've asked, are we going to have the same folks in these boards that in the past have messed us up? You know, and Kenyans keep on bringing up these issues. Some of the folks we see being recycled in the semi-autonomous government agencies. Some of them are either sitting MPs, former MPs, and Kenyans have had issues with those folks. Then let's not forget some white elephants that we have in this country, and guys are asking, hile hata tujamaliza tunangangana na ingine ya nini? So you see, it just gets to a point whereby people are not willing and they are wary. And by I believe the government means well. They might not be all of them meaning well, but there are a few who actually see these things happening. Lakini sasa tukiingia pale kwa trust, what happens?
What you see, this issue of SACCOs, in my opinion, and my very simplified opinion, would have been much easier than many of the things the government has sought to do with all these funds that they talk about, for this simple reason.
Yes.
SACCOs already have the trust of their members. We trust our SACCOs. We have a few rogue people within the board, and usually we are the ones who elected them in the first place anyway, because SACCOs elect those board members. SACCOs are always communicating with their members.
Yes.
You have webinars, you have God knows what. SACCOs could have communicated this information quite easily to the members. And they would have gotten a feel of what people think. That would have been public participation.
Yes.
So you're talking of SACCOs. SACCOs have the mechanism to have done this. That didn't happen. Okay? You see, infrastructure funds work well when the government first informs us how much they're going to put as seed money. Pesa. Yao. Yao is actually yetu because the government doesn't. Yes, the government doesn't have money apart from the money that we give.
They collect.
Yes, but we have something else in this country that is valuable. It's called natural resources. Remember the discussion we've had here about auditing our natural resources, that we know what we have and we know the value. You can leverage this. You can actually even work out a plan where, because we understand the value of it and the people who want to invest in it, okay?
Yes.
You can even arrange a payment plan for your share of whatever it is that is being done. Meaning, we have the wherewithal to actually begin a process that can guarantee very many things for us. To understand it, just look at the fuel levy, okay? Fuel levy has, among the many things that we keep fuel taxed with, we have something for road maintenance. Clever. That is one of the cleverest thing I've ever come across, because no need to put
genius.
It was smart, and it captures everybody. Nobody escapes it. Because if there's a toll booth on the Nairobi Nakuru road, see, I can go through Narok. When must I go through Nakuru?
You're right.
Yes. So, but this one, since it is in fuel, I can choose whatever route I want. I am going to pay that money. If we can come up with such clever ideas and things which actually work, are you telling me that there are no Kenyans who can come up with clever ideas to look at resources that we actually have? And by the way, we have plenty of resources.
Very true.
It's just that every successive government finds ways of never talking about it. For the first time, we're hearing something about Mrima Hills and rare earth. For the first time, it's in the public domain.
Baka China interested.
Bro, we have been mining iron ore in the Taita Hills for decades, not a decade, decades. When I asked you the first time, do you know we have iron? Or you went, huh? Yeah, but because we don't know. So all I'm saying is, if it happens with one, what makes you think that the public will get to know about the other natural resources we have? This gold story that we keep hearing, where we have artisan mining, apparently we have very massive deposits.
Yeah, actually come from there, and it is happening.
Yes, we have massive deposits. I'm simply saying, the idea about the infrastructure fund, the ideas about the sovereign fund, these are two ideas which are actually tied together. But you make it easier on the citizenry when you leverage something that we have that doesn't have to touch their earnings or their pockets, or doesn't put a heavier burden on them.
Okay.
The pain that people have with just the taxation is what makes people negative against the government, because they feel, no, these guys are just extracting. And that happens when you feel that there's no commensurate services that you're receiving for that extraction. That pain can be reduced, but it has to be spoken about. Start with an audit of all the minerals we have so that we know. And then tell us the competitive value of those minerals. Then tell us about the plans that we have for these minerals.
You know, I just feel like Kenyans don't understand why all these things are being done, yet they're not. And to be honest, some of these things are not going to be immediate, for sure, in terms of benefits, in terms of even just feeling their presence.
Actually, some can be.
Some can be, for sure.
Some can be. You see, that's where the thinking comes in. Magufuli began by telling all the prospectors of gold in the country,
right?
It was like, stop, you are not going to ferry this stuff out of this country until it is processed. They have an understanding. You build
a processing facility
here, not here. That's part of the deal. You mine it, you process it here,
then you sell it.
We look at the value. No. It's ours. We agree in advance. So if you want to mine it, this is what you need to do. So automatically you are creating employment. The value add guarantees you certain monies. There are very many things that are inherent in that. We haven't gotten there yet. These guys have gotten to a point where they have sort of the heavy crude that we have, but they also have natural gas. So they're actually planning to put a pipeline which is heated. Yes, so that when that crude oil leaves wherever it is leaving, it is being heated throughout the passage until it gets to a refinery. What I'm saying is,
it remains liquid the entire way.
Yes, it's not as though it is worthless. It has a lot of value. You just need to understand how this thing works. The government doesn't educate its population to understand that, contrary to a popular view that we are about to go belly up, we are not that poor as a nation.
Okay.
We already have the human resource which guarantees that poverty story is not actually true. But we also have natural resources in abundance that actually tells you we are not poor. But the question is, what is the plan? Because the plan of successive governments is silence. Every time you ask natural resources, silence. Then you hear somebody called Talo is prospecting. You keep hearing. Now, the infrastructure fund, many countries have gone this route of toll stations. Okay?
Yes.
You asked about how do you think this thing gets paid. Now, we already bypassed that particular process of toll stations. But the discussions I'm hearing want to go back to toll stations. And I'm thinking, you've already moved ahead of the toll station. Why do you want to bring back the toll station? I don't want it personally, because we are thieves. The moment you have a toll station and there's a Kenyan man in that station, he's going to open his own. That is part of his own business.
But I think if you listen to everything you're talking about, this country has a lot of resources and also a lot of good ideas. But we have just gotten into this culture. You know, any information the government produces is supposed to be public information by law. There's nothing the government is supposed to do, maybe except what happens in NIS, that should not be disclosed to citizens. But today we have contracts we've never seen.
G2G,
even SGR. All these contracts are not public information.
At SGR.
See, Uhuru came out saying, I'll give it to you in the next 2 weeks. We have not seen it until today.
Okay.
And the Chinese government started threatening that if you make it public because it was confidential, we are going to take measures against you. So why does a government get into a secretive, confidential contract knowing it is against our law and now is bound by a much more powerful government to not disclose what is in it? And this is the infrastructure projects we say we are going to be investing in, which are secretive.
Yes.
They've not been disclosed to the public. And then when the costs come out, we just see they're inflated. We don't see feasibility studies. We don't see bills of quantities for some of these things.
Impact assessment.
Impact assessment.
Yes.
All this should be public information. But we have become comfortable as a country with a culture of lack of transparency in government. Even our debt situation, who knows where things stand? Once in a while, you see someone, an economist from government, present some graphs, but that information is not public anywhere. And so, even when you talk about we have all these resources, I understand, there are some exposés that have been done over the fact that some of this mining has been going on and being flown out through airstrips.
Yep.
And this kind of
Private
thing,
airstrips.
private airstrips. And we do not know what value of these minerals is being extracted from our country. So if you just see, it's a lack of transparency across the board. And so how do you then end up turn around and start to trust these people who are hiding this information?
Yeah, I have a question.
And whatever plans they have. Even for this SACCOs thing, if they told us exactly, they've done a study and they can see SACCOs are holding 500 billion in excess, for example. We've looked at all of them and we've seen the money is there. It would be easier to prove the case that we can go after this thing.
Yes.
But when you just mention it and all of us in our heads are thinking, which money are you talking about? I mean, a SACCO,
And then you
don't
see,
have
you get to my
extra
money. Is
So you're coming after my pocket after you've already raided me on the tax side and on the fuel side. Even that fuel formula you talk about.
Yes.
Me, I've tried to see how it makes sense over the last 15 years.
Do not worry, you will not see it. So, but keep trying.
Because they say they do all these calculations, but we can all do mathematics. And when you see the formula, and people keep doing this math alongside the declarations of the prices, and you're just like, there's something here that is not adding up.
Yeah.
So there's no transparency there as well. It's something that should be
yeah.
transparent.
Maybe there's, like in algebra, maybe there's a kanini somewhere. What is it called? Hii kitu factorial mahali yenye uonangi
cos and sine. Some hard mathematics.
But on that issue of having all these private airstrips that might be taking stuff out of our country, having these deals, confidential deals or clandestine deals with other governments, are we sovereign really?
Yes, we are. That's why we're actually able to make those bad deals. Oh, by the way, just to let me pour a little fuel on this fire. That, if you're talking about SGR, that contract was in Chinese. Yes, and any arbitration requirements that you have to be in China. Just so that you understand.
Where?
Okay, so if you are feeling a little, the spirit was a bit dampened, I just thought I would dampen it further.
Now, we have a viewer here. This is Ken Munyao. Ken anasema, corrections, amount of public borrowing is available on CBK website, and the SGR contract was made public in 2022 by Ruto government.
Abana.
I don't know if we live in the same country.
Abana. They said they would make it public. Murkomen said he'd make it public.
Maybe Ken Munyao can read Mandarin.
No. What he's saying is what was published in the papers.
Yes.
Yes, he's not wrong. But what he's absolutely right about, the central bank database actually does give in the information, and even the Ministry of Finance. A lot of this information actually is in the public domain.
Yes.
Yes. You may disagree with it, but it is actually in the public domain. Yes, you can access it.
Ken Munyao tena bado akasema people need to understand that conventional borrowing is no longer possible. Government increased rate of NSSF so that they have a cheaper borrowing option locally. And I remember he said something similar to that. He said that we even doubled the amount of money that NSSF has in, I don't know, was it a year or less? Yeah, and the reason why he did this is so that we can have enough money to borrow from NSSF and maybe plus other pension funds.
I'm just listening to all these comments.
Yes.
I don't know if the viewer has scrutinized how our budgets are passed.
Okay.
And so
maybe you can explain to us.
No, just very simply. When our budgets are passed, the borrowing is supposed to be clearly stated.
Yes.
And then the borrowing is supposed to be spent on development expenditure.
Right.
And it also needs to be clearly stated
that
where
this
that
is
money
the
is
development.
going.
Okay.
There are things that have been passed in Parliament where you have blank figures on a vote head.
Yes.
On the budget.
I saw that.
And nobody says anything about it. So when we say that the information is public, I don't know that we are being honest with ourselves, because getting down to the details of some of these things, again, they're shrouded in some kind of opacity, and there is no clarity. We know that a lot of government funds go towards spending on recurrent expenditure, which is illegal as far as, you know, the budget that is passed.
Say that again.
It is illegal
to do
because
what?
To spend on recurrent expenditure with borrowings.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So borrowed money cannot. That
should
one
not be spent on it, but we know that it is happening, and it is not being transparently declared.
Okay.
So when somebody says that all this information is public, I don't know if they have access to the right info. Maybe they have access to information that we, the rest of Kenyans, do not really have. There's things that you can extrapolate from what is put out publicly, but going down to the details of where the spending happened, this, that, and the other is kind of just shrouded in some kind of mystery.
Okay.
So I don't know that we know what our true debt position is as a country. And there's precedence for this where somebody
so you've been told
took
it's
office.
13 trillion now, I think.
They say it's 13 trillion. Is that, can we trust the government and know that that is actually the absolute position?
Are you saying that it could be less?
No, it could be more.
Okay.
There's somebody who took over a government, and when they did a proper audit, was it in Senegal, they found out there was 13B that had never been declared. Things had been done here and there, USD. So if we do not have a culture of complete transparency, can we be sure that this is actually our position as a country? I put that out there, because if people in Parliament can pass something that has, a line that is not declared, are we sure that we know exactly what is going on there? So they could come out and say and try and calm our fears and all sorts of things.
Yes.
But when you look at the culture of lack of transparency across everything that happens, I would not say that we can be very sure that whatever appears there is the true position.
So this is my question, Joram, there. With all these experts we have in the country, including folks like yourself, how comes no one has come out to tell us that this is the true, like we say? And I'm talking about like several of you, accountants, economists, and other types of people in this industry. Okuja tuambie, okay guys, we have gotten into this CBK website, like Mr. Munyao has said. We have gotten into the Treasury website, and we have gotten into IMF, and we've gotten into the World Bank, and the information that we have gathered as far as Kenya is concerned is this. We have even gotten into China. We have translated that contract from Mandarin or Cantonese or whatever language it's written in, and this is the information we have, guys. And our current debt position is 50 trillion, for example. And this is where we are.
No, I think we can only go by what is officially declared, because again, if a contract is in Chinese, how do we know exactly what it is that is in there? There was a time where there was a threat that if we could not pay back that debt, our port was going to go. Are we really sure that that's a position? What, all these securitization contracts, what's in them? So what's our real exposure as a country? If you don't have access to documents, how can you calculate? And even if you have access to documents, how do you know it's a legit thing? How do you
see? There's this whole freedom of information.
so we can only extrapolate that what we are being told is true, but we cannot be very sure that whatever is happening behind the scenes.
Who do you think has the duty of getting the citizenry to understand what the government is doing?
Who has the duty?
Yes.
The citizen himself or herself.
No, the government. It is the government's duty. So that was borrowing.
Okay.
Okay? It is you to tell us why you're borrowing. Because you're borrowing on our behalf. You're not borrowing on your behalf as individuals within government or the executive. You're borrowing on behalf of the citizenry. That's why our laws are clear that you borrow for development. So we need to understand this thing that you want to borrow. Parliament allows you to borrow up to a certain point. Parliament sets that ceiling. Okay? Fine. So we've gotten that. These are representatives. We delegated to them some temporary powers, which they are thoroughly misusing. But here they are.
Yes.
What is it for? When you talk about securitization, can we understand what you mean by it? Okay, there are those who will understand it.
Yes.
Okay?
Like Nyoro. Okay.
You know, we're really having a good conversation here.
Sawa City.
I'm
sorry. Okay, City, I withdraw my statement.
You go ahead and discuss your cousin.
And you'd find that's sometimes a problem with, a government versus its citizens.
Yes.
Where some of these things that happen at that level are so complicated for the average Mwananchi to understand. So they need somebody to translate it on their behalf, and then they will believe that person, whoever they are.
Yes.
And whatever they come and tell them, they take it. But is it really the truth? And I'm even surprised some of these documents have not leaked into. At least that Chinese contract should have leaked, and then we can go and
what makes you think it's in Kenya?
Yeah.
Or it's not something we can just Google.
Paul,
or ask AI.
You're sounding like you've seen this thing.
When we had the COVID billionaire stories, okay, and even just before that, at the advent when the county governments came into being,
yes,
there was an MES service that was a service that the national government undertook on behalf of the county governments. And as they say in Kiswahili, the deduction for the payment of the medical equipment, okay, was juu kwa juu. Meaning, as they send you your equitable share, wanachukua yao.
Kidogo inaenda huko.
Bro, the documentation of that particular agreement and with whoever it is they had agreed upon was a huge issue. There's a guy who was here called Mailu. Mailu had been, Dr. Mailu, had been the CEO of Nairobi hospital. Okay? Bro.
Yes.
There are things that are happening without his knowledge. The AG didn't have us. It was so messed up. So you even wonder, how on earth did we arrive at this agreement? It's not as though we are starting with Salanta Stadium or all these. No. We have a history. Okay? It's just that with every government, why we know is we're in the information age, so we get to know more things than we knew before. This has been happening for the longest possible time. We just didn't know. Like, I didn't know, honestly, that the finance bill is something we have every year. I honestly did not know. In fact, when it first came up, I thought,
yeah, this government is progressive.
This bill that they're having.
No, man.
Yeah, he came to. Then somebody told me, it's there every year. I said, even last year.
Yeah.
He told me, Chief, for as long as we've been a nation, we've had them. I said, really?
You don't say.
No, I didn't know. Now.
Yeah.
And I think I'm actually fairly informed.
Yeah.
Now, you tell me, how many things can we understand if we are told? We have members of parliament who should explain these things. But then they represent us so well that even when there's a vote that is important, they make sure they're absent. Okay? So there's this mixed up situation, and the government will blame civil society and who they will refer to as naysayers in criticizing these things. The criticism is very well founded.
Yes.
If you've done things on my behalf and you didn't tell me you're doing them, how am I supposed to respond? I'm told it's done, and I'm saying, I don't know about what you're doing.
Yes.
Said, yeah, but we again, how do we get to a point where we bypass this thing of waiting for the government to tell you, and you simply get yourself informed?
There is a comment here by Ongao Edwin. Anasema, if you study the way big economies thrive, it's through cohesion, intimidation, and sometimes they eliminate whoever stands in their way. Follow what happened in Venezuela, what happened in Iran. Okay. Star Kenya says that wealth stewardship is non-existent because kleptomaniac politicians are in cahoots with foreign investors who then legally extract Africa. They do it through policy. I agree with you, my friend.
Actually, he is right, but then if you look at the Botswana story, it will tell you something quite different.
Okay.
Botswana made sure they knew they had diamonds.
Yeah.
But they kept it. They kept mum. Waited until they got the so-called independence. Okay? Then they worked out now a deal of what to do with their diamonds. Okay? It isn't a question of whether we should borrow, whether we should not borrow, how we should borrow. This is a leadership issue. We elect politicians and we pray that they are leaders. We are complaining because we find out they're actually not leaders. Because if they were leaders, among the things they'd be able to do is to understand what the citizenry want.
Yes.
And they would also ensure that the citizenry follows them. Good leadership has followers.
Very true.
People agree with you and they say, kama umesema hiyo ni sawa. So the trust element that you're speaking of, or the quotient,
yes,
it is satisfied early. But the problem that has built up this mistrust and distrust is simply because half the time we don't really know what is happening.
Now, I didn't know like hatujui aje na hizo zingine zote. Okay, there's a comment here. The beekeeper today saying, for the SACCO issue, my SACCO has been buying T-bills to put into use in its reserve. Could it be that such type of ventures have triggered the government?
There are SACCOs who do that. I think even because you find there are some SACCOs that people save but don't borrow. And so they have the excess cash that they're sitting on. But I'd not say it's majority of them. I'd not say that it is probably, I mean, if you have a SACCO of, say, UN employees, people who earn high salaries and they may not have a lot of personal projects that they're doing, a SACCO like that might accumulate a lot of money and the excess, but there are policies that strictly talk about how that money can be invested.
Yes.
There is probably an oversight committee of professionals who will oversee. They are probably well audited. And by the end of the year, they can know where their position is.
Yes.
So it can happen, but under a structure that gives people confidence the right thing is happening. But when I talked about the Cusco thing, because that's not too long ago,
yes,
it just happened in the last 1 year or so, it also tells you that an intermediary body could be created which the SACCO members have no control over. And when you create a body where fewer people are involved, it is easier. It's just the same way your coffee cooperatives and everything. It's easy for people to influence who gets into office and ends up doing their bidding and that kind of stuff.
Who controls that?
And who controls it? Have the Cusco people been jailed up until today?
No.
So,
Paul, remember,
13 billion went missing. That was not kidogo money.
If you look at the national level, we have, I think, 2 accounts that are supposed to be on the same footing as a consolidated account. Problem with those accounts is Auditor General doesn't actually have access to those accounts. So if money is borrowed in our name and it goes there, do you really know where that money goes to or what is done with it and so forth? Yes, same story. The moment you create a body that is outside your SACCO, where you have visibility and you have a say, and your SACCO puts money in it, you're blind.
Joram, thank you so much. We've come to the top of the hour, and what I will say is that you have given us more reason to have nightmares when we're thinking about where our money is. But nonetheless, asante sana.
Thank you so much for inviting me. I think we just need to be more vigilant as a country and not give up the quest of things getting better, pushing for more transparency.
Right.
And hopefully we keep moving forward as a nation.
All right. When this whole thing with SACCOs explodes, because I know it will, come back here and let's continue having that conversation. Coming up next, we want to talk about labor migration. So usiondoke, baki nasi.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Jubilee Deputy Party Leader Jeremiah Kioni says the opposition must unite if it wants to defeat President William Ruto in the 2027 general election. Kioni says opposition leaders should build a strong political party, offer practical solutions to the country's challenges, and present Kenyans with a credible alternative instead of relying only on protests.
So we are in a kind of a fix here, right, as the United Opposition, because the person who eventually takes the flag would have to come from an organized political party that has a structure across the country that can then be the one leading that organization, so that then the United Opposition can come to power in an arrangement that they can agree. When we talk of an organizing party, it is also important that we now start telling Kenyans also ya kwamba ama tukusikiza Wakenya kwamba Wakenya wamekubali. Jambo la kwanza ni kupeleka serikali ya William nyumbani.
Okay.
Lakini jambo la pili na sio number 2, it is almost number 1B.
Okay.
Is that tumempeleka nyumbani ili mlete mtu ambaye atatusaidia kufanya maisha yetu iwe bora zaidi.
The Independent Election Boundaries Commission has proposed a campaign spending limit of 4.44 billion Kenya shillings for the presidential candidates ahead of the 2027 general election. The commission has also proposed a spending cap of 17.7 billion shillings for political parties. The draft campaign finance rules will now be taken through public participation before being submitted to Parliament for approval. The Kenya Meteorological Department says rain is expected in Western Kenya, parts of the Rift Valley, the Central Highlands, Nairobi, the coast and parts of northeastern Kenya between today and the 13th of July 2026. The department is also warning of strong winds in parts of coast, northern and eastern Kenya. Residents in hot areas should expect daytime temperatures above 30 degrees Celsius, while parts of the Central Highlands and Nairobi are likely to experience cold nights with the temperatures falling below 10 degrees Celsius. Police in Nyamache, Kisii County have launched investigations into unrest at Nyabisase Secondary School in Mombasa after students reportedly rejected a newly posted principal. The protest turned violent as learners clashed with teachers before setting one of the school's dormitory on fire in broad daylight. The school has since been closed indefinitely as education officials and security agencies work to restore calm and investigate the incident. Nigeria says 2 of its citizens have been killed in South Africa amid growing anti-foreigner sentiment. The Nigerian government says 1 man died after being arrested by police, while another was killed by unidentified attackers. South African police say the man who died in custody collapsed after being arrested for drug possession and insists his death was not linked to ongoing anti-migrant protest. Nigeria says the incidents come as thousands of foreign nationals, including about 700 Nigerians, have recently been repatriated from South Africa. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. It is now 8 minutes past 9 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. This is the People's Breakfast. City Muga tuko naye hapa. And like I told you, in this particular hour, I want to focus on reimagining labor migration from a tale of victimhood to a driver of a women's economic empowerment. So, here we are. Leo siku ya Saba. Kuna mtu ameniuliza kama kuna kitu kinatendeka huku town. Well, there are some places where things are fairly quiet. Like watu wanaishi ama wanafanya kazi sehemu za Upper Hill. They're saying there's absolutely zero drama whatsoever, which is a good thing. But when you talk to people from Thika Road, they're telling you, hata Githurai huwezi fika. Yeah, so it depends on where you're coming from, but it is what it is. Shout outs to every single person who's tuned in. We appreciate you. There's Yaye Disayeye. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Which world are you operating in? Nairobi past Uhuru Highway to the upper Nairobi, everything is normal. Yes, huko nyinyi mko sawa. But kuna wenye wanasema here is bad. All right, let me introduce our guest in studio. Where is it? Here we go. All right, so like I said, our guest is the creative director of Zeda Media and Baraza Media Lab, Mwende Ngao. Mwende, a very good morning to you. Umefika aje huku na tunasikia barabara zimefungwa?
I actually did not see anything on the roads. I was also expecting something, but I knew I was not going to miss it. But there's really nothing. It's a bit quiet, but so far I don't think there's anything on the roads.
Have you seen piki guys? Have you seen matatus on the roads?
Yeah, I've seen matatus. I've seen the Boda guys. I've seen pedestrians.
Yes.
Yeah, so
people are just kawaida. Have you seen vendors on the roads? The guys who sell smokies, mayai pasua.
Well, my vendor was there, the one that's outside my house.
Yes.
I don't know about the other places.
Okay.
But so it's a bit, I will say it's quieter, but it's not looking like there's a lot of fracas.
Okay.
Yeah.
City has a proverb. He will share with you, then you will tell us what you think of that proverb.
Oh, wow. I feel like, am I in an English class?
No.
Am I being graded?
No. The early disclaimers with the interpretation of proverbs, it is not possible for you to be wrong because it's your opinion that I'm seeking.
Okay.
And your opinion is your opinion. So it has a marking scheme that guarantees you 100%. Okay?
Okay.
Yes. Our proverbs are from the continent of Africa. We normally pick mine proverbs from specific countries. But on this occasion, I decided to take them from around the continent. But I'm not telling you from which continent, or rather from which country on the continent I've taken the proverb. I will just mention the proverb. Don't climb a mountain for the world to see you. Climb a mountain for you to see the world.
Wow. I mean, I guess it's talking about the idea of performance.
Yes.
How, which I think is very relevant to us as a society now, especially for me, speaking from the point of view of being a person that is a digital native, especially. I think that there is an issue where, because we are constantly bombarded with images of how others are doing, that our life paths and goals tend to be more performative. So we're trying to kind of impress others.
Yes.
So you find that people will do things that maybe that is not who you are authentically, but you think that is what success should look like.
Exactly.
And then when you get up there, you're kind of disappointed that it's not what you thought. And then also I think it's just generally about life, about how life is not about the destination, but about the actual enjoyment of getting to somewhere, whatever somewhere is for you.
Yes.
That's actually a very deep proverb. I'm going to be thinking about it a lot.
I told him earlier on when he introduced it in the morning, I told him for me, this would be about appreciating your own struggles and focusing on your own struggles.
Yeah.
As opposed to thinking about, how others interact with your struggle. Wewe malizana na shughuli yako bana.
Yeah. Like basically being an individual on a path of life, instead of being like, oh, I'm looking at, am I performing for other people? What do they think of me? How am I climbing the mountain? It's more of, am I enjoying am I even at the right mountain? Is this the mountain? Do I even want to climb the mountain?
Wow. Okay, you've gone deeper than I thought.
Do I want to climb the mountain?
Do I want to?
Maybe you just want to be at base camp.
Yes. and you should be okay at
and you're okay with that, but you're trying to prove to people that you know what, even me, I want to climb a mountain.
You sound like you've climbed Mount Kenya.
I actually am trying to climb Mount Kenya.
Okay.
When somebody says base camp, you immediately know that this is someone who understands something about climbing mountains.
Yeah, and I have a lot of mountaineer friends, so...
Okay. That's why.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us about Zeda Media.
Okay, so
and
this
Baraza
is...
Media.
Right. So Zeda Media is my baby. I've been working in media for a very long time. Like I said, I'm a digital native, a digital media native. So journalism, but media... digital media, and I worked for other people, and then I kept feeling like there was sort of a gap around women's voices,
right?
Because a lot of women's stories are looked at as soft news, and I felt that okay, we want to also hear about other things, or also to take, even if it's soft news, and I'm doing this in quotes, soft news, it's still worthy. And so I wanted to reframe how we talk about women's stories, where it's either it's going to be soft news or it's going to be, the harrowing stories. There's sort of like not a lot in between. And so I felt that I want to read more. I want to hear more from women, because I'm a woman, and I also know so many women doing incredible things, and there's so many other conversations we could be having.
Yes.
So I started that. Right now we just have the digital media platform, but I'm also launching literally in a month.
Yes.
We're going to be having salons. So salons are basically just like barazas where we meet up and have conversations. I feel like in as much as, of course, digital media is so important, there is a lot of room for offline events where we can have small communities. I do think that a lot of people are feeling disconnected, and having those smaller communities where you can have real conversations with fewer people, because online it's so big, you're talking to thousands. Like for me, I have quite a number of followers, especially like on Twitter. I refuse to call it X. To me, it will always be Twitter.
You and me both.
So I have a lot of followers there, and sometimes it's hard to contain the conversation. Yes, you can have a general conversations, but you can't really get to the nitty-gritties.
Okay.
So for me, it was important to sort of create a platform where can we create community and have real conversations. So that's what Zeda Media is. And then Baraza is... it's a space that was created. So I'm a fellow there and a member. I was a fellow for this project, and then I'm a member there. So it's a space for journalists, and it has expanded now also to include content creators and other storytellers.
Okay.
So there's like lots of trainings that happen there, like this one, which was great. I learned a lot about just how to work with data. So I think which is really important. And again, especially because we literally live in a digital world, and there's all this data been thrown at us. How do we interpret it? How do we analyze it? How do we present it? So there's a lot of opportunities if you're a journalist or a storyteller there. So I would encourage anyone, actually, if you can make your way there, or just try and become a member, because there's so many opportunities for you to learn and interact with other journalists and storytellers.
All right. Labor migration. Have you worked outside this country before?
I have not worked outside this country, but I have, as a permanent, I would say I've worked when I was doing, I was a contractor. So, yes, but in like, you're in Kenya, but you have...
so you're again, because you're a digital native.
Yes, so it really does, what are borders? So it makes borders more porous. So that has been but in terms of physical... living in another country and working from there, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when we talk about victimhood in this sense, what exactly are we talking about?
I think that this is such a broad but also timely conversation.
Yes.
With what is going on in the world right now. I think migration is one of the hot button issues. We're seeing it happening in the States, we're seeing it in Europe, we're seeing it in the Middle East, recently in South Africa, where migration is such a huge talking point.
Yes.
And then I've seen some ripples are happening also in Kenya, which is something we need to take note of. My thoughts on it is that the first thought, because there are many thoughts, the first thought is really that this is making people that are not natives to a country to be the scapegoat of a country's issue. And I think that's where the victimhood comes in, where it's sort of like people are like trying to victimize quote unquote foreigners and heap all the country's problems on this group of people. And usually they're the minority.
Yes.
Right? And so it's unfortunate because when you look at the data, it's not true. but it's an easy scapegoat, especially for governments that are failing or governments that are not able to keep up with what their mandate is. It's easy to just say, who is causing all the problems? Those foreigners.
Yeah.
And to rile people up because it's easy when it's them versus us. But of course, like I said, it's not true because the problems are not really engineered by the migrants. Even if all the migrants leave, if your economy is in trouble, it's in trouble.
Yeah.
And
actually, it's in more trouble.
Yes, and exactly for some of these countries that really rely on migrant labor, especially in the West, then it's in more trouble.
Yeah.
But it's a very falsified argument for what I believe to be governments that don't want to take responsibility for their country's mess.
I was listening to a clip yesterday. One of my colleagues sent, and it was the justice, the CJ of South Africa, and she was saying that perhaps what we are seeking in South Africa is something much bigger than what meets the eye. And according to her, she was saying that perhaps this thing has been engineered by Israel, because South Africa took Israel to the international,
the ICJ,
to the International Criminal Court of Justice, and it was on human rights issues. So now, apparently, again, now we are treading on the world of conspiracy theories.
Yes.
That perhaps
allegedly,
according to the CJ of South Africa, she was saying that perhaps hii kitu imefanywa hivi so that when they go back to court, Israel will be like, hold on, why are you pointing fingers at us? Look at what is happening in your own country. Aren't you the ones kicking out migrants? Aren't you the one killing, migrants?
Yeah, they already tweeted that actually, in those exact words.
Yeah. So I'm getting to a point where I'm asking, what, these are things I used to see in movies. Now we are seeing them in real life. Matters to do with espionage and countries sending spies and upsetting the stability in those countries. And I'm asking myself, oh my God, are we actually living through a James Bond movie at this point?
I feel like yes, there may be something there. I would not be surprised because I do think that. But that yes, foreign intervention is constant. That's the world we live in. That's the world we've always lived in. But the thing is that foreign intervention does not create issues.
Intervention or interference?
Interference.
Okay.
Yes,
all
interference.
Right. Mm-hmm.
But it does not necessarily create the issues. What it is even if it is foreign interference,
yes,
they have seen something that's actually bubbling underneath that society. So they're just using what is already there and maybe amplifying it, but they did not cause that issue.
Okay.
So when we look like, for example, at South Africa, that's xenophobia, and really it's not even really xenophobia. When we go to the definition, I mean, what is happening is really more Afrophobia, where it's specifically towards Africans. Not to anyone who's not South African, if that makes sense, because they're not going for the white population. It's specifically African, so it's Afrophobia.
Okay.
So that has existed before. There's been undercurrents of it, and we've seen it over the years. It's just that now it's amplified, but that has been an issue before. So they have been having that for a long time. If there is foreign interference, it's really. Foreign interference does not necessarily create problems. It just amplifies whatever is there. So they would still need to deal with that issue. And how they deal with it is going to be very defining for that country. I think like they're living through a very defining time. And even when we look at other countries around the world that are dealing with a migration problem, it is a very defining, how they deal with it is a defining moment for their country. And so now when we look at Kenya, we're starting to see those bubbles coming up. Like when we saw the other day, one of the, forgetting her name.
The MP?
Yes, that was talking about...
Beatrice Elachi.
Yes, she was talking about, touching on... Burundians and saying, they're doing this and that. And it's, you see, when you start to hear such things, your ears have to perk up, because it's like, okay, what are we exactly saying? And I've seen a lot of comments also about other foreigners in Kenya. And again, it's still mostly Africans.
Yes.
We are also having the same issue where we are also starting to have negative attitudes towards other Africans in our country.
Okay.
And so we need to ask ourselves, as a country, is that the route we want to go? Because it's easy to kind of be pushed into that route. And
but let me ask this question, sort of be like the devil's advocate in this convo. Is it possible it's because we know tabia yetu kama Waafrika, na nikisema tabia zetu ni tuko na tabia nyingi sana.
Yeah.
You know, we just undercut each other, by the way. Because even here in our own country, I work in an industry, this entertainment industry, where fellow thespians, fellow creatives will come and undercut you. So for example, there's a gig we're supposed to have. I charge the client, let's say 100,000. Then CT will come and say, I'll do the exact same thing Buvi is going to do, but for 20,000. Of course, the client will go with the cheaper option.
Yes.
So is it possible that tuko na tu tabia mbaya kama Waafrika, and when we do this, you know, against our own brothers and sisters, and that is why, and I'm not condoning what, of course, the MP said. It's absolutely wrong. But, you know, by the time someone is saying that we're going to come for you because you guys are undercutting us, you're going to provide cheap labor as opposed to maintaining industry standards and so on and so forth. Maybe even in South Africa, they are looking at you guys. They are like,
yeah, and I'm glad you've said that, because that's how I was saying this is a very layered conversation where many things are true. There are many things that are true here. I guess it's true that most of the time, foreign labor will be cheaper, right? And that's the case throughout the world.
Very
right,
true.
and that's why a lot of people around the world are complaining about that all these migrants that are coming in and they're charging way less than a citizen of the country, and because they don't have to pay, you know, maybe
taxes.
they're undocumented, so they don't have to pay taxes, they don't have to do this, they are, you know, so it's just harder for me to get the same thing, and we're in competition and you can't compete. That is absolutely true. But then what is the solution? Because if we say the solution is then to start hounding migrants, when the solution should be, how do you make migration easier and safer, so people can follow the legal route?
But
right?
let me ask this question, because the migrants who are in South Africa are definitely a fraction of the population of South Africa.
True.
The Middle East is the complete opposite.
Yes.
The population of people who work there who are migrants are more
than the citizens.
Yes. We do not have this problem in the same way as we do. So again, you have to ask the question, did South Africa actually need migrant labor, or did people migrate there because their countries had problems and they sought greener pastures? That's number one. Number two, what is it about this particular government that has been an ANC government until the last elections, when it was now a coalition government, that made it possible for a narrative such as the one we're hearing to be possible? Let me explain. I'm contrasting South Africa with Venezuela. Before 1999, there was the government that was in place already had oil revenues, and Venezuela still had the largest deposit of oils, but the economic inequalities in that country were vast. Then a guy called Hugo Chavez came in. Now, Hugo Chavez introduced very many social programs, used their oil revenues to look for the underprivileged, and there are people who, in the absence of Hugo Chavez's interventions, would never have had an opportunity to be educated or to even make something of themselves. But the country neglected certain basic things. One, the rule of law became tricky because Hugo Chavez's way of government was more or less, should we say, I'm trying to look for a polite word, authoritarian.
That's polite.
Yes, everything else that came to my mind was not as, and over time, they got to a point where they were even importing basic foods. They neglected to build certain things that were fundamental to the country. When Maduro took over, he took over a fragile economic setup. All right. Among the problems these people had was food, basics. Okay. In a country that's supposed to be rich in oil. But when you're dependent on oil, it means you are subject to the vagaries of the prices of oil on the world market. Okay? The country could easily have been infiltrated simply because there was a time when they started complaining there was the Americans interfering with it, but very many Venezuelans left the country. Okay? South Africans left the country in the apartheid era because they were fighting for independence. Okay? That population kept increasing. The demand for services kept increasing. The question is, did the government take the necessary steps? If you look at the provinces that they have the provinces been able to actually meet the needs of their people? Or have the provinces gotten to a point where they're actually bankrupt? Actually, they have. Some have. Okay?
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, there is an underlying problem where the government is unable to provide for the citizenry. Remember, immediately after independence, in the periods leading to it as we got into the 21st century, the one thing that those governments did, they actually tried what we're calling affordable housing. They tried a bit of that. They tried a bit of welfare. Okay? So there are things they tried to do for the citizenry. However, I do not see a situation where that economy grew to the point where, as the population continued increasing, they were able to provide for this ever-increasing citizenry. Now, that's where cheap labor comes in.
Yeah, I completely agree. I do think that those are two different models, where, like, with the Middle East, which also has its own problems in terms of how migrant laborers are treated. I mean, when we look at what has happened, even with Kenyans who've gone, there are so many horror stories about that. But yes, I agree that there is an issue in terms of when people are going to a country because there's a need for labor, and when people are specifically going because it's like a better situation
than their own
home country.
Yes.
But yes, still goes back to the same thing, where it's the governments of those countries that have failed and are looking for a scapegoat. Because at the end of the day, can you really blame people for wanting a better life for themselves? Not really. I don't think I can sit here and say that even if I had an opportunity to get a better life, that I would be against it. I feel like it's a human thing to want better for yourself. The thing is now for the countries to make sure that they're creating pathways that make sense. And really, when you think about it, how did all those people get there? By the time these guys are starting to complain,
they've known these people
exactly.
Are,
so like that's
they've
why
known even where they come from.
Yeah, so that's why it starts to feel dishonest. So even with the Kenyan, back to the Kenyan question, where it's now trying to blame groups of people that have come from other countries. Okay, you didn't know they were here before. How did they come here? So there's a lot of dishonesty around the migrant question. But I think that it's a question that we cannot ignore. The world is becoming more, people want to move around. And also I think just before we even think about the rest of the world, let's think about Africa first of all, as a continent. What is our dream for the African continent? Do we want the borders to be closed? Or do you want to have a more open...
Borderless.
Yeah. Isn't that the dream? Or I thought that was a dream.
That is the Pan-African dream.
Yes, to have a borderless Africa. Because if we all unite and we all are on the same page, then it's easier to grow as a continent. But if we already start saying that already now it's so difficult to travel within Africa, it's more expensive to travel within Africa, like it's harder for me to travel like to Nigeria than it is for me to travel to Europe, which makes no sense. It's more expensive for me and it makes no sense. So we should be thinking about how do we make it easier to move around the continent? How do we make it easier for us to trade with each other? Even just East Africa, the East Africa community, we've been struggling to just become cohesive.
Yeah.
So I don't know if this is the route we want to take to already start saying that, we have an issue with our neighbors. And I know even some of our neighbors have said they have issues with Kenyans, but we should be figuring out how do we solve that issue? Or do we see a future where we are now closing our borders even more? So like the project I did, I was focusing on domestic workers. And I kept seeing that there were so many domestic workers from Uganda in Kenya.
Yes.
And I know a lot of us know. Like you just keep seeing that, there's another Ugandan. So I wanted to
even Tanzanians.
Yes. And so I wanted to do research on that. And when I started to do the research, I realized there really is no official research that has been done.
Yes.
So I struggled to find the statistics. I struggled to find
data.
Like there was barely any data. But I was like, but I know they're here because I know so many.
Because you
of
see them.
Yes.
You interact with them.
Yes. But there's nothing at all on this at all.
You know, as we were talking about this, I was just thinking about, so we've been having some construction thing going on. People are drilling a borehole in my neighborhood, and so it blocked the entrance to the estate, so we had to park mahali kando tukingojea drilling ishe. Thank God ilisha jana, so sasa tuna park kwa parking zetu. But you know, it was so difficult just to find parking even in the neighboring area, because neighbor hataki mweke gari kwake. And yet it's an empty piece of land. Like there's absolutely nothing going on there, but someone won't just let you park there for whatever reason. Yeah, I never asked. Niliza tunaweza kagari hapa, nikamwambia ati hapana. Nikauliza kwa nini ati hao unajua watakangi.
Okay, sawa.
Like,
Yeah.
I even told him kuna hata nikamwambia unipatie simu nimpigie simu niongee na yeye nimwambie, akaniambia hapana, hawataki. I was like, dude, it's an empty piece of land. There's nothing you guys are doing in this place.
No, I think it's because Kenya is low trust. It's a low trust society.
Exactly.
Is it a low trust society, or is it a self-absorbed society?
It could be both. Both could be true.
Yeah, both could be true.
Yeah, where you only think of yourself and anything else, even the slightest exertion to accommodate someone is a complete bother.
And with the ones who will not interact because utaanza kusema mwende ni mchawi. You know? Sitakula chakula mwende because mwende mahali ametoka. Atikwani ushagoni wapi? The moment you say a certain place, kwanza kama wewe ni Mkamba na useme umetoka Mbitini.
Bas kwisha.
Yeah. I mean, it is a low trust thing because again, which is unfortunate, but you see, it goes to the territory. If you create a society where doing the right thing gets you punished, then people are not gonna do the right thing. Like humans are do things based on incentives.
Exactly.
So if it's a society that is not incentivizing goodness, people are going to not do good things. So maybe the person is thinking, okay, is it a trick? You guys will start parking there. Then the next thing I know, you're claiming the land. There are squatters there. So I'd rather not start from the, you can't even be a good neighbor because you don't know if you'll be punished for being a good neighbor. So I completely understand. Is it horrible?
It's horrible.
It's horrible.
Because I mean, I've seen people throw away food because it was given by a certain person.
Yeah.
So you give me food and then I smell you, then I'm like, stakula saizi nakula badai. The moment you leave, I go to the trash and I throw that food because like who taught us not to trust each other?
No, but like I said, it's incentives. Human beings are everything. Society, it's the socialization in your community. That's why you find like the communities around the world that have a very high trust because when you're a good person and you do the right thing, you are rewarded for being a good person and doing the right thing.
Okay. But what you're discussing, is that not the exception and not the rule? Because by and large, I would argue we're actually very trusting people. We're actually even very welcoming people.
I think we are welcoming.
We're actually very generous people.
We are welcoming and generous, but we don't really trust.
Well, okay,
I think we have low trust, but in terms of our personalities, I think it's like, for example, I think like countries like, let's say like Japan. Japan is a high trust society, but are they like very friendly and welcoming? No, they're not. Or even like Europe, a lot of those guys, they're really kind of cold. But in terms of how they
the point you make is a valid one. Valid. I want to bring us back to Africa. Okay? For this reason. When people think of South Africa, there's a generation that doesn't know that in the 1970s, Equatorial Guinea, under a gentleman called Nguema, they had huge cocoa fields. The people who worked in these fields were foreigners, yes, from other West African countries, but predominantly Nigerian. They mistreated these people and repatriated them forcibly. Okay? 1970. We get to 1969, Ghana, again, had a law. They called it the Aliens Compliance Order. If you didn't have the right papers to be in the country, they expelled very many foreigners, the majority of whom were Nigerians. It was hundreds of thousands. Nigerians are more, they're the most populous, so they're bound to be everywhere. It's like you find Indians everywhere and Chinese. Why? There are many. Okay?
Those brothers are everywhere.
Yeah, so 1983, I think the Nigerians decided, why don't we equalize this thing that happened in 1969? So they expelled foreigners. Again, if you didn't have the papers, around 1.5 million were expelled. Many of them were Ghanaians, of course. So you see.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying, the other countries that expelled Lebanese. Okay? We've had this issue on this continent.
Okay.
It happens that we are in the information age. It is a lot easier
to hear about it
and to know about it.
Yeah.
But it has happened before.
Yes.
Kenya is unique in the sense that we have 2 refugee camps. We have really very many foreigners in this country.
Yes, we do. We're very welcoming.
Yes, but every once in a while, the draconian way in which we deal with foreigners. Remember, there's a time we ushered people we considered foreigners were undocumented into Kasarani Stadium.
Yes.
Remember that one?
Yeah, that was recently. Yes.
That's like a gulag. You are essentially
a detainee.
We were mistreating the foreigners. Okay. Why, I do not know. But again, we balance it off because we have refugee camps, and we even have a law now that we are trying to naturalize these refugees to become citizens. Okay? That's unique. Okay? But the reason why people do what they do is what we must look at. There is always a reason. We may not like the reason, but there is always a reason. Okay? We've had foreigners. Ugandans have had foreigners. Tanzania has had foreigners. When Rwanda had its problems, Burundi had their problems. Very many people from Rwanda and Burundi went to Tanzania. Very many went to Uganda. You do not hear of instances where they were being picked on because apparently they were from a neighboring country. No, you do not. There are many people from DRC because DRC seems to have been at war from God knows where. It's just perpetual. Okay? Very many of the citizens either left and went to Belgium, or many went to Uganda and Tanzania. East Africa has had that problem.
Yeah.
When Said Barre was ousted, very many Somalis went abroad. Very many came to Kenya.
Yeah.
Okay? So, this issue of people from other countries coming to other countries is not new.
Yeah, it is not, yes.
It is not new. And people being expelled is also not new. So, the discussion about the expulsion has to bring about the questions of why. We actually have to interrogate why. Yeah. Because for the longest time since South Africa got independent, foreigners have been in that country and they was peaceful.
Yeah.
They were peaceful. So what is it that has brought this up?
I think it's still back to the economic failure. When there's a lot of pressure in a country, honestly, it's the easiest thing. If I was also a politician, that's like low-hanging fruit to literally just blame foreigners than to think, because by the time you're thinking of a solution, even if they expel all the foreigners, if your economy is in shambles, it's in shambles.
Star Kenya is saying that it's what is that? Yeah. It's a conspiracy theory. I may introduce yake. And he said that SA is being prepared to be a predominantly or even exclusively white country in Africa.
Do you know the population of white people in that country? Is it even 10% of the population
it's
in the
not.
country?
It's actually quite low. But yes, there is a theory around that they're trying to... Okay, it's not really a theory because I have seen people saying it anyway. We know people say it with their chests, then you have to believe them, saying that they do want some part. I think it's the Western Cape to become its own a country.
So they already have, is it Orania? So they want another one.
But that's not like an official, So there's that happening. There's a lot of things happening. And that's why I was saying it's a layered conversation where, yes, there's pressure. And I do think that the thing is, I cannot villainize people who are dealing with that pressure. If somebody is already underprivileged and truly they only are getting the daily work, and then you're competing with someone who is charging cheaper. I get where that is coming from. However, yes, there are also the issues of why did that start happening in the first place. It means there are no clear policies around migration. And so actually, with the thing I was telling you, I did the project for the Uganda and I couldn't find any data. It's because there's really no policies. So it's even with the thing where we're saying that, there are other people from other countries that are here and are working in the the daily labor. So people are saying, why would someone come from another country to go do, which is the same argument in South Africa, to go do labor that is cheap labor essentially? And it's like, well, because they're being paid more here in that country than in their own country. They're escaping.
When the East Africa is unique in this sense, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, we had an East African community when the founding presidents of the three countries of Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania actually had a pact.
Yes.
And the free movement of East Africans, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, within three countries, that was normalized a long time ago.
Yes, it was, yeah.
And we haven't actually reversed it. It is not that difficult to go to Uganda or Tanzania.
Yeah.
It actually is not. Okay? It is even easier now to go to Rwanda. Okay? So, we have that history. SADC tried to have that. Now, as to whether their understanding allows that free movement, and that free movement is now, or the whatever was agreed upon is now being abrogated, I do not know. But if we're to compare them with us, okay?
Yeah.
Or we compare the West African, suppose economic bloc, you see, we've had that understanding.
Yeah, we've had the understanding. It's just that now it seems to be becoming an issue. You know, you've also heard about Kenyans being harassed, like in Tanzania. So clearly, our East Africa community is not as community.
Okay. How many Kenyans have been harassed in Tanzania? Have the businessmen been harassed, or is it the freedom fighters from Kenya?
Leave the story about activists, but even businessmen have been harassed. Or when people say that they travel there and people find out you're Kenyan, they tend to harass you more. So there is a sort of friction there, and so the thing is, that's have
we asked why?
Yes, that's what I'm asking. Why? We need to figure out why before it becomes a bigger issue, because it seems like we might head to the Afrophobia that is happening.
We focus on the why and ask what are Tanzanians doing. Let me ask the question: what do we do as Kenyans? You know, we are a fairly arrogant lot. We have a tendency of going to other people's countries and behaving as though we are better than them. It's a tendency we have. And nobody's going to take that nicely. You know, apart from Tanzania, Kenya has had a lot of peace from the time it had independence. Few disturbances here and there.
Yeah.
So we've had an opportunity to grow a citizenry, grow the human resource. We've had opportunity to grow the democratic space. We've had opportunity to grow very many things. Okay, we didn't have ujamaa or a socialist system. Us were capitalists from the get-go. Okay, and that's why the Tanzanians ni Ramani society wabepari sisi. Okay, we had a system that was contradictory to theirs completely, and the reason is, when you have a system like ours, we see opportunity. Now, you're going to call us opportunists, and I would say, yes, we are. We see opportunity.
Yeah, it is a capitalist way.
Yeah, we think that way, and I like that thinking. It is not a bad thinking. It is for that reason that you find Kenyans go abroad outside Africa, and they do well. You don't hear of Kenyans being expelled from other countries regularly. We don't. Every once in a while.
Apart from those few who kill people in the US.
Yes, but we do not. They tend to go there and they fit in and they go about their lives. If they didn't, remittances from Kenyans outside the country would not be the biggest foreign exchange.
It is actually the biggest,
Okay, but again, the attitudes that we have. When Kenyans talk about our neighbors, we always just thump. You know, we are better than these people. We are, but we do that all the time. It's irritating.
Okay.
I mean, I agree to some extent that I do think that Kenyans are the Americans of Africa. In that we do have that kind of like exception. We have the exceptionalism thing going. We have it, but I also do think that that is part of like the conversation on migration, where other people from other cultures, they have other cultures, they have ways of being. So how do we accommodate each other as Africans? I think that going forward, it's going to become a bigger conversation. Like in the next 5 years, I can even bet it's going to become a very big conversation, because as we see the West becoming very, very strict on migration, look at what is happening. The US literally, they're trying to expel as many people as they can.
Trump will leave.
Yeah. No, he will leave, but I don't think that is going to end.
Change.
Oh, no.
It's going to end that.
It will end.
I
thought you're not a prophet, City.
No. This political prophesying in Kenya, that I don't do.
Okay.
Other countries I prophesy freely.
I actually think that because we've not seen a lot of pushback from because people keep thinking like, oh, it's a Republican
but there is
thing, but
pushback.
because it's not enough. I do think like some of those policies will remain in place. The only thing is that now they've said no to removing the birth, citizenship by birth thing, because that would have been ridiculous. To be fair, that would have been too far. But I do think
it would have affected even some of the people pushing that very
exactly.
agenda.
But I do think that migration as a question is not going to end soon. So
But
in Europe,
is that really the problem, or is that the symptom?
it is a symptom. And so the thing is, we will have more pressure now in Africa. And remember, Africa is the fastest growing continent. Like, we have the youngest people here. And then now the problem is all these young people with nothing to do.
Majority of us in majority of African countries got the independence in the 60s, right? 70s. So we have to be the fastest growing because we hadn't grown for very many centuries.
Exactly. So we have a very interesting problem that's going to become a bigger problem.
Yes.
And we are seeing it even now with what is going on in Kenya. So Kenya is a great example because we have I think the median age of a Kenyan citizen is about 19.
19.
So I'm too old. Like now I'm a youth, but I'm old. Like in terms
20, you're too old.
Yeah, I'm a youth, but I'm old in terms of the Kenyan average. So we have all these people. There's a lot of pressure. And it's going to only become more pressure because when you have young people want opportunities. Youth requires an outlet. Youth requires dreams need to be, feel like they are viable. But if you have all these young people and nothing they're doing.
This pressure you speak of, what exactly will this pressure be?
So the pressure is going to be opportunities, and we're already seeing it now, right? Like there are not enough opportunities for young people in Kenya and in Africa in general. So that's why even a lot of these policies.
Why don't we have these opportunities?
Because we have governments that are not making the opportunities available or building like a country that creates opportunities for its young people. So that's why you have a government whose one of its policies is literally exporting labor. Because even they can recognize
what is wrong with that policy?
There's nothing wrong with it, except those people you're taking us to do not want us either. You're trying to export people, and those are the guys that are saying we don't want you here either.
If we're to speak honestly, is that the whole picture really? That the people were how do we export and people don't want the export? See, we would go and be brought back immediately.
No, the governments keep putting, and I see these ads all the time, right? Like I even saw one yesterday from Canada where they're saying, come to Canada. These are the skill sets we're looking for, the professionals we're looking for. A lot of it is in healthcare. And but the thing is, yes, it's not the governments necessarily in some of these countries that are putting pressure. It's the people in those countries. So you go there and they don't want you there. People in the neighborhood don't want you there.
Is that the whole story really?
It's part of the story.
Is that the balanced story really? Look, you are referring to the far right movements that we are seeing in Europe and in America. Is that not what we're discussing?
And where are they winning? Because clearly,
where are they winning?
They are winning because that's
where are they winning? Where do you have a right wing leadership? Where? Tell me in Europe. They have them. I'm just telling you to tell me because I know. You see, the thing about a democracy or democracies is that there will be a right wing president or prime minister. But there are other people who are not right wing. So unless we're saying that when the right wing presidency or prime ministership has a policy that clearly discriminates, everybody else who is in the Green Party, the Social Democratic Party, go and support them. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's not. I completely agree that it may not necessarily be that, there's a group of people that are against migration. But even with the people that are more democratic, they're also talking about it and saying they're not all up for open borders. They want controlled borders. So nobody is actually saying it's okay, just open all the borders and it's fine. We can continue the way we are continuing. So that's why I'm saying it's a huge question that is a conversation everyone is having.
The story of open borders is, if it's generalized, is not an honest conversation in the way it is being framed. The issue of open borders has to do with Africans going into this country. It's not open borders. When Eastern Europe went belly up after the Berlin Wall fell,
and that's why
those Europeans went all over the place.
And that's why I'm saying it's going to be a big problem for Africa, because if they are showing that they are not as happy with us being there, it means we need to look at our own countries and figure out how do we make it possible for us to stay more of us to stay here. Because if we say we're going to keep looking for opportunities out there and the opportunities are not as open, What does that mean? And then we're saying that is even a policy that we're trying to have as a country.
When the story of South Africa and the story of the United States is about people who are looking for opportunities outside their countries. That's their story, really.
Yeah.
The storyline begins with that. Whether they were running away from prosecution or they were looking for better opportunities, that's what they were doing. And as more and more people sought opportunities, that's why it was called the New World. That's what they did. So the Africans are not doing something that hasn't been done before.
Oh, absolutely not. It's just that now we have to be cognizant of the fact that it's coming with, there's more pushback on that.
The African nation and the leaders we elect are the ones who have failed us on this front, because it isn't as though we are this backwater continent that nobody is interested in. In fact, there is no continent that attracts attention and interest like the African continent.
Yeah.
But the extractive nature of colonialism and the mentality that was there hasn't gone away. We actually can be in a position where we say, folks, let's discuss this thing again. But it becomes difficult. When you talk of AU, it's funded by the EU. So, to answer to Apotu, the building that is the AU was built by the Chinese. So, and you're talking about a continent that is acknowledged as probably being the continent with the vast majority of minerals on the planet. So, let's look at ourselves and the leadership we prefer and how we go about our business. And on that front, you and I are in agreement.
Yeah, I do think we're in agreement that for sure, like I said, the migration question is not going away. We need to just be cognizant of the fact that it's going to only get bigger, especially even as we are seeing Kenya also, people starting to say, oh, these are the foreigners are the ones causing problems. And as
that was a very unfortunate statement.
As the population increases, especially young people, we are going to see that is going to become a bigger question. And you know, the thing that you've said that is also very interesting is that we also have the same thing where we have a lot of expats. Kenya is a very great place for expats. We keep getting voted one of the best places for expats to live. Nairobi is a great city for expats. Like if you have you're an expat, you're living in a, what I would say Kenya A. I think maybe the rest of us are in B, C, D and below. But there's a very nice accommodation for expats, right?
Ecosystem.
Yeah, a really nice ecosystem. Exactly, a really nice ecosystem for expats. And so it's people are migrating here. We also have migrants who are coming here for opportunities from America, from Europe, right?
Actually,
yeah, they come here and they thrive.
Mwende ndio ujue venye tutakikani huko nje. Now US is actually paying Kenya to host asylum seekers going to the States.
Yeah. So
Ghana
so the question we have
program.
to eventually we will ask is that which I think will be the question is why can't you make Kenya good enough for Kenyans?
America, if we're to use that country as an example, doesn't just have a problem with Africans. They have a problem with Latin Americans as well. And the problem is not the people. We tend to produce. Story of 2 children only, we don't actually have it. As we think children, yes. And that causes a problem. The Indians, who are far more than we are, and who are also in those countries, they fall in the category of brown people, and they're also discriminated against. So it's not as though they're not being discriminated against. The problem that Europe has is the same.
Yeah, it is.
Africans go there and they produce. They can see. Germany can see. The Turks went there when they were reconstructing. There are very many Turks in that country, and they have kept producing. So there are many. Anyone who is a politician will look and say, we're going to be overrun here.
One day, one time. This is no longer going to be America, it will be Kenya.
Yes. Yes. So the right-wing politicians have grounds for what they say. They actually say, these people are going to overrun us. If you look at it in terms of the population, and that only, you forget that these people also may be black or brown, but they also become Germans. This is what you fail to see.
Yeah.
These people may be black or brown. We are not really black. We're just a darker shade of brown. But because of the numbers, they forget these people also become Americans.
Yeah.
They become Englishmen.
Yes, that's what I was saying. The migration question, it has layers because race is definitely part of it.
Yes.
And it's, especially in the West, and that's something we cannot deny. And, we have to be honest about it. So even like when you look at now Africa, a lot of it is because they're feeling, again, more Afrophobia. They have an issue more with other Africans coming in and feeling like they're being displaced and things like that. So yes, and that's why I said these are all valid things. The thing is to figure out how do we move from here, because it's not going to stop. This is not something that we can close our eyes and pretend it ends today. It's actually going to become a bigger and bigger question as resources become more depleted, as population grows. We're going to continue seeing a lot of pushback around migration. And so we need to talk about, okay, how do we make it easier for people to do this in a legal way? Because truly, I don't think it's a bad thing, like we've said, for people to want a better life for themselves and their families.
True.
So how do we make that possible? How do we make sure that if it's about documentation, that we're making it easier for people to get documentation, that we're making it easier if we're saying, they need to pay, let's say, taxes, that the problem has been they're not paying taxes or they're not, doing their share of whatever we think nation building should look like. How do we have those policies? Why is there no data? Why are we not making sure that we are finding out, okay, so who's here, what's going on? Because truly, if we're just going to say it's going to end up being a thing of, okay, these people we are using them as scapegoats for our problems.
Yeah.
It's not going to end well. But I really do think that the migration question is probably one of the biggest questions of our time.
And I agree with you.
It's really questions are migration, climate change, and technology, which is basically AI. Those are the three biggest questions, and
Yes.
it's not going away.
Right.
Yeah.
And we have to deal with it anyway.
Yeah, we have to deal with it
sooner
rather than later. And so we need to figure out, especially as Kenya, what are we gonna do to make sure that we don't end up sliding into a thing where now we are saying, we want such and such community out of our country. We want, whichever country out of our country, and then we start having clashes.
If we are to understand these problems well, we probably also need to go to Latin America and look at the countries in Latin America that have also expelled other Latin American citizens.
Yeah.
You're talking Peru, Colombia, Venezuela, Dominican Republic. That's why I asked, why? The why question has to be asked.
It's pressure on resources. A lot of it is pressure on resources.
A lot of it has to do with the leadership, the political leadership of that particular country and their failings. That's what it has to do with.
Yeah.
Because it's not as though these people all came to the country in one day and you're surprised and say, hiya.
Exactly. They came over time. Yeah.
Yes, and you've been seeing them.
Yeah.
You've been
it's
relating
lack
to
of
them.
policy, lack of structure around migration.
You've been doing business with them all this time.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden, they are horribly terrible people who must leave.
Yeah.
How?
And it's always done in a very inhumane way.
Yeah.
Where it's like people are, like I saw people removed from the shops. Someone just goes and takes your shop and now they own the shop. They've not paid for it. They've not, that's
they take
really,
all your stock.
That's really
Essentially,
unfortunate.
you lose everything that you've worked for.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. And so we need to be honest about some of these things and stop hiding behind, it's because we are being disenfranchised.
What?
And then you go and...
You see, there's the issue of competition.
Yes.
On this continent, there are big names and big businesses. If you notice, for instance, West African banks have made an incursion into Kenya to do business or to share or to partner with Kenyan, either financial institutions, insurance companies. South Africa have also now started coming in.
Yeah.
South African companies are found in Uganda, but more so in Tanzania. Maybe that's SADC association, okay? There are South African companies that have tried to have a foothold in Kenya. They were never chased away, they just couldn't compete.
Yeah, because, Kenya is a very specific market,
Yes, they couldn't compete with whatever Kenyan businesses existed. You see, when you look at, say, for instance, supermarkets, we know the big ones and some of the foreign ones. But if you move out of town and go to the other counties, there are other supermarkets that thrive there thoroughly.
Yeah.
They thrive. If you don't go to those areas, you won't know.
That they exist,
Yes, there's one which I like talking about, it's called Madai.
Yeah, I know that,
But the others, they're just as big. Meaning, that idea of locals going into business and growing them and making them big is something we don't have a problem with in Kenya. We accept and we embrace those businesses. Other countries don't have that.
Well, Mwende, tumefika mwisho wa kipindi. Thank you so much. Parting shot.
I mean, the parting shot for me is really that I would like to see efforts. I know. Every time we say nauliza serikali, you just know that it might fall on deaf ears. But it would be great to see efforts, especially because of the data just not being there. Like I had to do a lot of extra work. That it was really quite shocking that there's not a lot of data on migration.
Yeah.
It would be great to see more of that data.
Okay.
And then also I think just for us to also think about why it is that, we have an issue with migration. Because I've talked to also a lot of people and they seem to not be very happy with migration from other African countries. And I'm also working on a story also with for the South Africans, and it's been interesting also to find that they really do have an issue with migration.
Okay.
I didn't expect it to be, even from the people that I've talked to, because you think that you're talking to people you think are quote unquote reasonable, and then you realize that this is a huge issue. It's a bigger issue than I thought.
Okay.
So I think as Africans, because this is going to become, I do think, a much bigger issue than it is even now, because we're looking at South Africa, but I think the other countries also have an issue. We should start thinking and talking about it so that we can get ahead of it.
All right. There you have it, folks. Let's meet tomorrow and be safe out there. Kama si lazima utoke kwa nyumba, weka tu hapo bwana. It's never that serious. Right now though, here's the news.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki hails workers at Talanta Stadium project for their dedication and hard work in the construction of the facility. Speaking during a visit to the stadium on July 6, 2026, Kindiki says the project reflects the Kenya Kwanza administration's commitment to creating employment opportunities for young people through major infrastructure projects such as the Nairobi River Regeneration Project and the Affordable Housing Program.
Mimi nawashukuru sana. I really applaud you. I'm very impressed to see young people spending nights working, not just because they are looking for money, but because they also want to build their country. Na kwa hivyo, mimi nikisema ni fire, ni kweli nyinyi ni fire. Ama namna gani jameni? Tuendelee na hii ujenzi wa stadium na manyumba ya